guys, we got ourselves a live one here today. Chad Bickle, Fast Joey Evola, getting ready to go at it. I'm excited. Playing a little even one pocket. Apparently they just played recently out at Kenny's. So tonight they're playing here. Joey opens up with a really nice little break. I love this game. These two guys are both pretty good players and both up and coming one pocket players. They both started playing just a year or two, a couple years ago. Chad banks the ball over to his side. Shouldn't be a big problem for Joey to return this. But almost looks like he might be kicking at the 6. All right, so Chad's got a couple choices here. He can bury him behind the 11-6 pretty easily while banking the 5 off the stack. Be a lot of fun. He might be able to go ahead and bank the 11 ball back to his hole while running into the 5 ball, although that doesn't leave a lot of protection for reverse, for return banks. I think you gotta love banking this 5 ball and drawing underneath that 7-6. I think it's 7-6 or 11-6. Just this way, banking this 11 the way he looks he is. I didn't love that. And he left just the cue ball got up a little bit, so he didn't leave something on that 3 ball, which is fine. But yeah, Joey can cut this 11 if he chooses. And even if he didn't, even if he couldn't cut that ball, there's still ways to play that 6 ball and different ways to get out of that shot too easily. He made his way pretty far up table. He's got a good angle to cross the 3 ball, although it's a tough shot. We'll see what happens here. So these guys have some firepower. They can play. So in tournaments, they're like 10s. You often hear me describe like Jake's tournament, that goes from 7 to 14 or 15, 16, whatever it might be. These guys would both be 10s. Even in a 4 to 14 scenario, like some tournaments are, same thing, roughly 10s. They could be considered low A players, parts of the country. But they're good players. I didn't even actually, be honest with you, I don't know, it would be more fun to watch these guys play. They're both probably a step ahead on their rotation games than they are on their one pocket games. These are going to be 2 shooters, man, going at it. It's really kind of exciting because it's an exciting style of one pocket, But I anticipate we'll see a little bit of fireworks here, and nobody will be out of it. These guys can both run eight, from a lot of places. I don't always know who the people are out there listening. I know Cookie's name because he has it in there. I don't know if Sharkfin is Mark O'Brien, I would guess. I think I always get this wrong, though. So once again, I apologize. I don't always know who I'm talking to. Someday I'll get better at it. Looks like we got 1 ball each for these 2 guys. John Perky will probably be here soon. You get to listen to him a little bit. Hopefully these guys will be playing for a while. Thursday nights are usually a lot of fun up here at the Players Club. We usually have a bank ring game by the rail. There's usually about 4 or 5 of us that play, and it's a lot of fun. Sometimes it just morphs into doubles. Sometimes it morphs into triples. It morphs into just singles sometimes. What I always say is action begets action, so we always like to start out with a little something here, and everybody else usually gets a little jumpy. So Joey stuck Chad to the back of a ball. I don't think he can see the 14, so he's not sitting, great. Maybe bank the 9 off the 3, draw the cue ball over that side rail and underneath the 14. Just a possibility. I don't know if there's any kind of a jack up shot on the 2 or off that 14 or off the whatever ball's in front of his hole over there. I can't see or not. Yeah, so we did the same shot, just didn't play it off the 3. Put it behind there. Got the 9 ball down here pretty good too. So it was a pretty effective little shot. Controlled the cue ball nicely, kept it real simple. Joe's not in a ton of danger on this shot, but he's getting there. You know, like he can come off the 7 and maybe get back behind that 10 or 12 ball, whatever's over there. Looks like the 12 ball to me. Yeah, Cookie. At your size and name and everything else, it's tough for you to sneak around, buddy. Kind of like Godzilla. I don't know if there will be or not. Usually there is, you know. Yeah, Dwayne's out of town, I think, so that always dampens the chances of the ring game. But there's always Thursday nights just seem to always something breaks out, you know, whether or not it's a ring game or a doubles or something. And with Chad and Joey going here on the big table, that was a nice shot to get behind that ball, like I said. But it's just going to get deeper from here, I think. You know, he's got a chance to put him back basically right where he was. But yeah, so usually something will break out on Thursday nights. We're going to have some fun no matter what. I'm already here. Chad's here. Joey's here. I'm sure Dan Ottoman will be here. John Percolicious will be here at some point in time, and then you never know from there. So maybe we'll get lucky, and Tony Shadowski will grace us with his presence. Yeah, I think he needed to try to do a little bit more there and protect that ball because he's going to get that banked into the 2-8, and the cue ball stuck right on that 9 ball right there. I don't know that there's much. I don't know. Yeah, see, I think he needed to try to clip that 8 ball, the 2-8. And I think he could have. You know, so Chad's going to have that same shot that he basically got out of before, just in the 7. But I mean, if you're kind of just watching your position go away. You know, that's the last shot he shot. He needed to execute a little better. He's in a worse spot now and with less balls on his side and less stuff that goes to his hole. I almost don't know if he can see the hole 7, but he could 2-rail it into those balls and just freeze the cue ball right there behind the 9. If he can see the whole ball where he can just stick it right there. But yeah, I can tell he's getting a little jumpy. It's not a great place to be in. And he could try to cross this ball, but, you know, you're firing against a shooter, and he's got balls in play. He is going to shoot. Now, there is a lot of double-ups on there, so if he could get the cue ball up table. Oh. Yep, Joey's going to be shooting now. Looks like that 15 will cut in there. It's kind of an ugly shot. Very either stretched out or with a bridge. I've recently found out that I am not good with a bridge. I always knew it. But every now and then you think you become good with it, and then you find out one day you're not good with it. You were just lucky for a little bit. Yeah. So let's see if he grabs a bridge, decides to attack that from down there. This gets really interesting if you've ever played on that 10-foot diamond. So I played on it in Tunica 4 or 5 years ago, and I'm telling you, you'd be shocked at how often you're pulling that bridge out and you still can't even reach stuff. Like, you couldn't reach this on a 10-foot table even with one bridge. It's so far out there, it's insane. You know, so, and even anything out in the middle of the table, you're still grabbing a bridge for, and you'd be shocked at all the places. So one of the things I found out is you can't just like say, oh, I'll leave it over here and I'll be great, and leave it in the middle of the table and I'll be great. You just can't do that on that table. You really got to be cognizant of where you're leaving the cue ball, because there's a lot of places you can't reach, you know, and that limits your stroke ability. At least it limits mine a whole lot, you know. Well, Joey missed that ball and left Chad. Like I said, he's a shooter, and he's going to be shooting here. Imagine he's going to try to get on something after this. Although, yeah, he went all the way over, I guess, for this 2 ball. And from the 2, I don't know if he has to drop down to bank the 15. Or if he can draw back and maybe pull something off, or if he can. I don't see an angle to run into anything. Wow. Boy, he hit that ball well. I wonder if the 5 ball goes. It's not. Yeah, I don't know that. I don't know exactly how good that shot was, but I don't know. I just got to be more careful in that when I'm playing a guy like Joe Avola that can run this many balls. You know, I expect Joe to be able to get out here, you know, or to get at least. I should have said that. I expect Joe to get these open balls right here and make this a game. And I don't think that Chad had to let him. But I don't know exactly what kind of shot he had on that ball, how difficult it looked or was, or sometimes balls can be laying better than they look and worse than they look at times, from back here. Joe looks pretty comfortable running these open balls here. He's got a nice little angle here, too, that he can draw up and probably get the 4. I mean, be really sexy to draw into that 1 ball. No, I didn't know if that was possible, but it would have been cool. Maybe I won't say this too loud. These guys are right in front of me here, so I got to be careful. He's got a 2-rail bank on the 4 ball right here. It looks pretty inviting. Also a 3-railer on the 5 that looks pretty inviting. You can use those balls as coverage. He didn't use the balls. I don't think he hit it he didn't hit it at a great angle. Those 3-railers can be a little bit difficult to measure out if you don't have a trick or a tool. Hopefully Mark the Shark will come up here and learn us all. So Chad plays that ball up table, playing the score a little bit. He's up 7, 8. No, what do we got here? We see 3 balls on the table. Does Joey have... There's a ball down there. I don't know whose ball that is, unless it's Joe's. I can only guess it's Joe's, and it's 7-5. Otherwise, this game would be over. I don't want to get involved in their game. I think they'll figure it out, hopefully on their own here. If they ask me, I'll get involved. Oh, there's an ill-advised kick to your hole. I'm not really sure what I don't have an answer answer for that one, guys. I just don't know. But Chad shoots at his hole, hits it with a little bit of speed. Ball comes out, leaves Joey Vola a bank. Joe needs all of them. Chad needs one. You know, I don't dislike Chad's choice to go for the ball there with that great of a bank that he just had. I just kind of question why he stiffed it so hard. That part I'm just not sure about. I don't know if he had to for some reason, you know, but it didn't look like it. Let's see what he comes up with here. Well, you can kick at the 12, which I don't love, but it's possible. You can just play it off the 1, off the end rail possibly, and up under the 12. I don't know if there's enough one ball there to do that with. You can blast them both, strike them both out, which I kind of like myself. Just kind of stop the cue ball right there, putting the 1 off the edge of the 12, banking them both out of there. I think that's what I might like here. The kick at the 12, I don't hate it if you can execute it real well, but if you don't execute it real well, it can cause some problems. Okay, he could see that, but now that he left the cue ball out, it's a problem. That 3 ball's coming to Joey's hole. He's got a alleyway there. He's going to leave the cue ball in the end rail. Yeah, that really just couldn't have been the answer there. Now, Joey didn't hit this ball good. He got a little roll, though. He got a little roll. All right, let's see what Chad can come up with. I think if you thin the 3, bring the cue ball down under, you're okay. If you want to get aggressive, you can shoot the 3 off of the 12 towards your hole, clear them all, make the ball, make another ball, and then have a bank shot at the 12. And he chose to be aggressive there and was about a quarter of a step ahead of me. And let's see how it works out here for him. Oh, he didn't need that many. Yeah, I don't know if I got the score screwed up earlier, guys. I apologize if I did. But anyway, Chad's out here. And he's up 1 game. I think he stole Joey's break. It was a good break. It's not good for Joe. He missed a ball or 2. He definitely had chances. And when you're a shooter and you get chances to shoot, you better make them. And then that ill-advised kick. And, he didn't hit that 3 good, although he got a little bit lucky, unfortunate. Depends on how you want to look at it, that it ended up down there by those other balls. Maybe it would have been better off if it had stayed, maybe it would have been better off if he'd have hit it bad and it stayed up there by the side pocket. Not causing that, I don't think it was really a dead ball, but, balls that were wired to go towards Chad's hole. So let's see if Chad can lay down a break here and put some heat on Fast Joey. Tell you what, it's pretty exciting. Fast Joey came out and gave the Players Club a copy of his book, The Hustled and Gotten. So we are now the proud owners of the book, The Hustled and Gotten, by Joey Vola, available from what I've heard on Amazon, and I think he's got some copies also with him. You're welcome to PayPal me the money, and I'll give it to Joey Vola for you. I think they're like $20. So if you're going to PayPal goods and services, send me 23 or whatever it is, and I'll give them the 20. And if you want to make a donation to the Players Club, we always are more than happy to accept. It's what keeps us kind of going around here. You can send it to my PayPal, the BMS_Clayton@hotmail.com. And you'd be surprised, but $5 or $10 or anything you can give us always helps us. It helps us buy supplies, helps me escrow for cloth, stuff like that. I don't charge these guys a lot of money to play here. I try to keep it really nice and fair for everybody and rely on everybody kind of chipping in, and we make it work. So, yeah, I'm excited to read Joe's book and see what it's all about. I've heard some people talking about it, and it sounds like it'll be fun. Sounds like a fun read. All right, we're getting down and dirty here again. Chad's looking at the slicing the 7-ball in. Let's see how much he can control the cue ball or what he's planning on playing off of. He did. I think he did nicely. Put a ball by Joe's side pocket that does not go to his hole. I think it's titty effed. So Chad's got some free will to shoot here without the only repercussions I see are like the 10 goes, the 5 could go off something. Other than that, he's got some free reign to shoot. Not a lot he has to be too worried about here. So he's going to try to shoot the 11, maybe slide off the back of the 8, getting a shot on the 8. You know, I guess that's what he's kind of looking at. Or if the cue ball travels too far, maybe a shot at the 9. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. The cue ball was going to travel awful far, and it did. And I think he's probably going to have to shoot the 3-ball here, although he can shoot the 8. I just think the 3-ball maybe offers a chance at another shot afterwards. You could also play real safe and shoot that 10-13 combo, eliminating anything that even goes to Joe's hole, playing the cue ball back up by the side rail. Like I said, I think he's shooting this 3-ball. Pretty sure what I would shoot. And he did, and he pocketed it well. Ended up the table on the side rail, making it difficult for him to shoot, but also difficult for Joe to do anything back to him. So from here, it looks like he can cut the old 1 in. I'm guessing. Looks like it's sitting pretty fat. Oh wow! Somebody clipped the shot for us. I don't know who Nada Tuna is. I forget, and I don't know how to do that. But yeah, that was pretty cool. I gotta have John show me some more stuff. I forget. Oh, he's got it on I forgot he's got it on the dummy deck here for me, but it's got a button flashing at me, and I still didn't know to hit it. I'll see if I can't remember to hit it when I see some good shit, guys. Perkalicious, my man. John Perky coming up to the house. I guess he is not a tuna. Not a tuna. It's Perkalicious. Ooh-wee. So there's the effectiveness of putting the ball on the rail. Your opponent has to jack up the back of the stick, which causes all kinds of things to happen, although Chad executed that shot outstanding. You know, you just like your opponent to do that because it just changes the degree of difficulty, plus it doesn't give him options, you know. So freeze him on a rail every chance you get, freeze him on a ball every chance you get, do both if possible. All good one-pocket strategies. Put him back right in that same place again. You know, if your opponent doesn't like it, put him right back there. If they don't like getting hit there, man, keep hitting that spot. All right. Chad's got him jacked off over the ball a little bit. Joey's got a weird cross on the 2 ball, which I think you need to bring the cue ball back on the same side of the table it is now. I think if you try to go the other side, you sell out the 13 really bad. I think you can control the cue ball on this side, possibly. Not sure about that. Yeah, not real sexy look at that. Ooh, got out of it. Chad's got a bank at the 12. And he can bring that cue ball to some high left English, right up into that 4-6 maybe. Yeah, I kind of like that shot. I guess he didn't. Now Joe has that shot. He's got Chad doubled up over here a little bit. I don't know, maybe not. That 5 looks like it passes through there. I don't know. I might be looking to just shove this 9 up by that 5 ball. I don't like that. Don't like that shot. And Joe's just hammering away at that end rail. Just every time. Good speed, leaving it right on that end rail. It's a little impressive. That's some moving. All right, Chad puts him back in the spot he had him earlier. Left Joey across on the 1 if he wants it. I don't know if he can see the 10 ball here. I would look at crossing that over by the 6-4 kind of and just putting the cue ball down in front of his corner. I don't know if I'd get real aggressive with this here. Yeah. Even though Chad's up quite a bit, Joey's a good enough player that he can get a bunch at once. I don't know that he has to wait and make that his move. You know, although at some point in time he does need to pick out something and go. You know, if I was Chad, I'd do exactly what he's doing here and try to bust them balls up and get them up table. I would have shot it off that 10 ball and tried to get the cue ball down to the end rail, disrupting it even more. Joey's got too many balls facing his hole right now. Now he's got a free shot at this ball. And he can even bring the cue ball over near that 5 maybe. That could even produce a shot afterwards. He could put it, he chose not to. I don't like that. I mean, if he just give up banks too often. It didn't look like he was really trying to make it or trying to do anything, and he left the cue ball wide out in the open. That's dangerous. So we're getting up table a little bit. Not going to be a whole lot of fun to watch at this point for a few minutes. But eventually something breaks out and then start getting excited again. I like that shot by Chad right there. He's lucky that 9-ball didn't drop. But other than that, I like putting the ball, when you're out in the middle of the table, you get them close to a couple of balls and limit their options. It's always a good move. Now he's got a bank on this 6 if he likes it. And I don't know. I don't think I'd be shooting it. I think I'd be trying to get some balls in play somehow. This is just going to be another, no good at all. He's not covering up. It's just kind of leaving the ball open too much now. And there was no, he wasn't shooting that for any, there was no reward. There was nothing good coming out of it. So... Well, as I get to a little up-table game here, I'm going to run around and check on some things. I'll be back to talk to you guys a little bit more, but in the meantime, Chad's up 5-0. He's up 1-0. Balls are getting a little wedged up. So, like I said, this game's probably going to take a few minutes unless somebody makes a mistake. So just enjoy it. See if you can critique it. See, he left... It was worth the chance, I think, there, though. He just kind of left the cue ball out in the open a little bit too much. Joey could do a little damage here if he chooses. That 5-9 looks like it wants to go towards his hole. He put that cue ball over there pretty sporty-like. I don't know if Chad can see this 8-ball or not. If he can't see the 8-ball, he's not in any huge danger. He's got different plays he can pull off here. But, and if Joey left that ball down a foot closer to this hole, it could have made things interesting here. But, like I said, Chad's not in any real immediate danger. There's a few little simple trickles, dink shots down there he can fuck around with to get away with it for a minute. And that'll be about what Joey does to him. Like I said, the way that 5-9 sitting is not pretty. So if you go dinking balls around down there, you might get those balls shot at you. And, there's places to hide, and Chad's got nothing threatening his hole. So, but it might be a way to get away with something for a second. He can thin the 5, possibly come around the 2-ball any which way. He could maybe break those up a hair and get the cue ball safe. He could also thin the ball there on the end rail with a lot of left-hand spin and come around 1, 2, 3 rails back behind, almost like you're playing position for your ball in your own corner pocket. Might be an idea. can just lay up on that 12 ball, and leave him a long, hard, jacked up shot that he isn't comfortable shooting. And that's like I said, the biggest thing you gotta be careful of here if you don't cover up this cue ball back there by the 3 or the 13, I mean, like he did. And I don't like this either. If you don't get that cue ball covered up, I mean, this is getting shot. And now he just put a ball in play. So now the 10's getting shot at his hole, the 5-9's getting shot at his hole, the 2 ball could get shot at his hole, the 1 ball's going. I mean, that could be a mortal mistake there. So, I mean, he might get away with it. This ball doesn't have to go. He left him a hard shot, and close to the ball and a few other things. It's just left him a big chance. Big chance. Joey did not make it. Chad's in a better spot than he was. Like I said, he survived for a minute, which is what he was looking to do right there. And now he needs to go work his way out of this and get these balls back out of play. Got that ball nicely. Not only got it out of play, but got it to his side and still below. It's kind of still in play, which is, good for Joey, but at least he's got something threatening his hole a little bit. Joey decided to kick at this 4 ball. Kicked it just good enough that he's going to get away with it. You kick it any worse than that, and it's a big fat ball in your opponent's hole. Now I think you hit the ball first and kind of double kiss it, kick it out of there. Not positive, though. Something I'm still learning and picking up on. I'm not sure if this is just a straight kick and stick kind of shot. Yeah, that's no good. It's not terrible, but Joey may decide to go on that one. I don't know. I'm down 5 balls, man. I might decide to run on that one. He put him down on the end rail back on his favorite spot. It's not a good spot. Not the best place to be if you're the one shooting. But when you're down 5, 6 balls, Chad's got a pretty safe way to punch a ball out of there. Not really ideal for him. Oh, you really don't want to scratch. And he didn't. He came out smelling like a rose. Joe might be able to come off the 2, put him behind the 5-9, protect all these balls down here, make Chad make a bad decision, bank the 12 or 10, whatever it is. It didn't go into so much balls. Nothing happened. Chad's got a shot here. I think this ball goes, and I think he's shooting. I think it goes, and I think he is shooting. Oh, well, he's looking at the 2 ball. So this is, now you're putting another ball in play here. And if you don't pocket this ball, and you're putting another ball in play, and he protected it a little bit, so that's a good shot, I think. It's just dangerous. It's not really ideal way to play the score. There's 5 balls down here now that all could go to Joe's hole. And it's just something it's not getting ideal. I think I'm just popping this 1 ball out here and putting the cue ball behind those 2 balls. Every time you shoot, you're running some risk here. And, if Chad keeps getting balls out of here, there's almost no way for Joe to win this game. But if Joe can run these 5 open balls down here, it's an even game. That's a big problem. Joe crossed that ball pretty nicely. Comes into the 5 ball. Opens it up a little bit. And has a little protection. And put a little heat on Chad, although he's not in a terrible, horrible spot. There's ways out of this. He can go straight through the 9 ball with some topspin. He can go through the 5 ball some which way, possibly even getting it towards his hole. He's got some outs here. Yeah, he banked the 5 ball. Yep, he's got protection. No, he doesn't now. Now he gave up a bank on the 5. But it's tough. It's a tough one here. Where is he going to put the cue ball? Where did he put the cue ball? I don't think that's the best spot. At the very least, this ball's coming over to Chad's side, and he's losing it, and he's going to be sitting in front of his own hole. Chad's got to get this ball up high enough above that second diamond to make sure Joey's not banking it back to his hole. If he's got enough rail to bank this to his hole, that's even better. But yeah, you can't do that, Chad. You're up 5 balls to nothing. All right. Joe has the firepower. He has the ability. The balls are all there. Let's see what he can come up with. 8 ball down. He's got an angle on the 5 to draw over, possibly to get the 10 or the 4 or the 1. 2-6 combination possible to go, although it looks like the 2 ball would be going towards Chad's hole. I don't know about that. He kind of ran into a ball, and I don't know. I was expecting a little more out of him here. I don't think he'll look to 3-rail this. I think he'll just get it out. He did. And kind of doubled it up a bit for some places, so not too shabby. Only picked up a couple balls, but made it 4-2. You know, 5 minutes ago, this game was 5-0 and looking like, like it was, going the way it was supposed to go when somebody's up 5-0. Lizard King, get on up here and find out. It could be you. is one of my favorite scenarios to talk about right here. Getting out of the break when your opponent scratches. It seems like you should be able to do some damage and reverse everything your way. But it's really strange being up here because generally speaking, it's hard to cover up the cue ball when you're busting their balls away without giving up a bank. Wow, he got a real nice controlled shot there and got balls over to his hole. And like I said, if that 4-ball doesn't get all the way to the corner, though, you can give up some banks. Some bad things can happen on that. All right, Joe, that was not too bad. Joe just punches it in and puts it in the stack there for him. So Chad, won Joe's break, then won his own break. Now Joey broke and scratched. Chad got the first ball. Let's see what he comes up with from here. He's in not really a predicament, but he's in a little spot here, and that 10 ball goes a lot of places. Chad let that cue ball travel real nicely, thinned off the 10. Protected his 5 ball. Joey's going to just punch this 10 ball out of there, probably freezing the cue ball right about where it is. Well, he went back up into the stack. I don't think I like that. I don't think that was I think it was any good. Chad's got some options here. He chose to shoot at his hole. Left it a little high, ended up low. I think Joey can see it. He's looking at banking the 6, though. Going into the back of the stack, possibly. Moving the 5 ball to his hole. Yeah, I don't know about all that. I think Chad's going to be forced to play off this 5 ball somewhere, but unless that 13-2-14 sitting better than it looks from here. He could also kind of play off that, shoot off the 12 with some low left and draw back in behind the 5, kind of spin in back behind it, not really draw. Pushing all those balls towards his hole. I kind of like that shot because from here it's going to be really hard to protect this ball without giving up a bank on the 6 too. I can't tell what I guess he's just drawing the cue ball back to where it is. Yeah, back there. It's okay. It's just that his ball being on the end rail right there is not such a giant threat that it's going to prevent Joey from doing some things. Now he's getting a ball 3-railed at him, I think. I would think he's getting that 8 ball 3-railed at him. I don't know that there's a future in this ball. He hit it really good. I just think that's, I don't think he could make it. And I think his best case scenario is he leaves it somewhere where he can bank back at him, or he gets blocked by the hole a little bit, by the stack. But I like 3-railing that 8 ball from there a whole lot more. Chad goes. He could just play off this and protect his ball. I think he could even bank that 5 ball if he really wanted to. I don't know that this was the best. If I'm Joey, I'm banking that 6 at the stack. I'm banking that 6 at the stack, buddy. Let her rip, tater chip. Yeah, I got got the 12 ball to go down in front of his hole. The 6 ball went towards his hole. He could have banked it a little bit better and got a little better reaction out of it. Does Chad have a dead ball? His 14, did he make it dead? Boy, he's sure looking at it hard, ain't he? You better be sure. You're pushing some balls towards Joe's hole. That 7's going over there, the 11's going over there, and there's already balls over there. And if you're not sure, buddy, you could sell out the game here real quick. So he's really eyeballing it tough to see if it's really dead. Or how dead it is, if you will. But yeah, the 7, 11. Wonder how hard he'll hit it too. Is he going to hit it hard enough that the 11 could 2-rail and clear out the 12? Clear balls out? Is he just hitting it hard enough to make it? Is he hitting it hard enough to run the cue ball with a bunch of spin down by that 12 ball? You know, what's his game plan? I'm really interested to see this here. I don't know the right answer. It's tough without getting up there to read the stack. You know, is he shooting the 2 off the 7 into the 14, or is the 2 hitting the 14 clean? I think he's judging all this stuff right now. Let's see what he comes up with here. You know, you can cross the 6 ball here running into that 12, possibly making it for him. Or possibly, I think it would make it, honestly. It might even miss the whole ball, which would be a problem. Yep, he shot the old dead one, got the cue ball behind the 12. What a shot. I hope he planned all that. That was neat. To put the cue ball back there was a really good shot in case it didn't go. But I think he was pretty confident it was going. And that was a good shot. And he's going to put Joe in some serious jail time here. He's got him froze to a rail. He's got blockers. He's got balls in front of his hole. He's got a lot. He's got a lot. It's like Joe can see the 9. Where does that get him? I don't know. Maybe he can power through this 11 ball is what he's looking at. Nope. Powered right through it in front of his hole. Even if he didn't make it, he was giving up a bank on the 2. It was going to keep getting worse from there. Fast Joey's going to -1. Chad's got 2, looking to get to 8. He's got to get his opening shot down. I would think he'd pick the 12 ball, maybe. I don't know. Maybe the 11. Kind of interesting here. I don't know. I don't know if he'd pick the 12 and then like the 12-9. I think that's the way to go. Just make this ball. Yep, now you got the 9. Go up to get the 11 if you wish after that. I don't know if he has the 15 or not. If you got the 15, then he really opens this all up. He's got the 15 right here, and it looks like he does. Then... oh, no. I think the 9 still goes. But he's acting like it doesn't. It's okay. I mean, it's a problem, you know, to really get to where he wants to be and should be at this game. He needs to get out on those. That's what he does. So it's not a giant problem, you know, as he's still going to be able to keep really good control of this game. And he's probably the favorite to win the game. But you'd like to be able to execute running out at a higher level when your game is being a shooter. But you could tell from it he was a little frustrated with himself, and I'm sure he'll fix it. Joey put a ball in front of his hole. Chad's up 4-0. I think you just give him this ball, put the cue ball right there on the end rail, and just fight another day. I don't love that. There's ways to get in bad spots from here. You know, giving up 1 ball and making your opponent shoot from there is way different than just leaving that ball there for him. And I got a feeling this could be a problem. Yeah, you just got to give up that ball at that point. Now, there is a kick cross here. That ball's off the rail. I don't want to say that too loud, but the kick cross is on, I think. And it's really not that hard to hit from here. He just kicked into it softly, got a rail, and he's going to get put right back where he was again. And now the 2 ball's frozen on the side rail, and the kick cross will not be available anymore. It will not be available again. If I'm Joe, I'm looking somewhere else. Like I'm looking at shooting that 13, leaving the cue ball by the middle diamond on the head rail up there, and moving the 13 over kind of by the 10 as another blocker. Or I'm looking at playing maybe off the off that 10. I don't know. I'm thinking about a lot of stuff down here. So he put 2 balls in play and gave Chad a good angle to pound that 2 ball out of there, possibly even pounding it into those balls and opening them up towards his side. Probably not a very good shot. Offered no coverage, gave up his ball, and hopefully he'll watch this and figure out that was a bad idea. Chad 2 rails that ball. Hopefully it won't get in the winder. If it does, Joey's going to put this ball back to his hole. It's in the winder a little bit, but not real sexy-like. So Joe's probably only going to be able to just get it out of there, kind of, and give up a bank. I tell you what, listening to me commentate and watching them play, you would probably think that they're, not great players, and they are. It's very difficult playing on a stream. It makes you look worse than you really are. Everything gets magnified, every little mistake, and generally the outcome is not as not seen as much as it is in like 9 balls. So, Chad's up 2 games to nothing. He's up 4 balls to -1. He's playing fairly well, but his mistakes are getting magnified. Kind of because of that. Joe is not playing not playing really well. He's just not running balls well, which is what he needs to do. Yeah. Just watch and teach, old timer. I can't talk too loud. I just can't talk too loud, guys. They're right in front of me, and I just can't tell them people always say they can hear me, and I can't be telling these guys the shots, that I see. I don't know how to turn the volume up. I'll have to wait for John to get here, I guess. We got a little barking going on in the chat room. I always love to see that. Why don't you 2 old men or young men or whatever you consider yourself get up here and fight it out? I'm sure you'd be willing to bark at these 2 on here, and they might be ready to play. One of them's going to have some money at the end of this. The other one might not. Yep. I can fire that ball in with the best of them when I'm trying to bank it. Kind of funny how that happens. Looks like, are we still at 4 -1? Looks like it. We're still at 4 to negative. Oh, is it -2? Or is there 2 pennies over there now? I can't tell. Well, Chad scattered and splattered the balls. Most of them ended up over on his side. Might have left a nice little cross bank on this 8 ball. I really like that shot and find it that I can hit that shot fairly accurately. Joe hit it pretty good. Left it by his hole. Chad could shoot this 10 to his hole and float that cue ball in behind that 8, maybe. Doesn't look like he's going to be that aggressive with the big lead that he's got. He's going to spin and get this 8 ball out of there, kicking the 10 ball out also over to his side and out of play. Joey's got to look to get some balls back in play, get some balls open to his hole, get some balls open to his side, get some. He's got to get something. Chad, I'm guessing, would love to get these 6 balls down here out of play. You know, these guys got some firepower and leaving a bunch of balls in play, man. You're running some risks. You know, you're just running a risk of getting to watch the other guy do something special. And these guys are both capable of doing something special. They're both capable of banking a ball in and getting on another ball. They're both capable of getting on balls up table. I mean, they're both good run-out players. Chad banks that ball, drops it in the hole, lays himself straight in on the 8. He pockets it. He'll have a shot at the 9. And there's not much risk involved here if the 8 ball goes. It looks like it does. Looks like he has a nice full pocket. I think he has 6 balls and he needs the 8 and the 9. No. Yeah, I think he needs 3. He has 5 and he needed 3. He jerked it a little bit. That's pretty funny. The 2 guys barking on here know each other well and yet don't know who each other are. Chumps. Joey with the 2-railer. If he opens those balls up like he just did, that ain't too little shabby. You know, he's got some balls open and in play. If he can figure out a way to pocket one, you know, he could get on a few and make this interesting. You know, if he was down in the score, Chad might look to fly at this 6 ball, some low left English, and spin it over near that 3 for fun. But being up in the score, I think he's going to figure out a way to cross this 3 out of there. I don't know. I don't think Joey can go on this, but maybe. I mean, he might pick this one if he can cut this 3-ball over to that hole. Some right hand spin and get into that 3-ball. I mean, cut the 6-ball over and get into the 3 at all. That looks sexy. He could also. I don't think he can look to cut the 9 in because that 3 is just too close to the hole and Chad shoots too good. But this could go. This could be the shot that he needs to open it up. But he missed the 3-ball. He missed the 6-ball. He's getting a rub off the 1 behind the 8. He might have got away with murder. He might have got away with murder, folks. I'm not sure here. I don't think we're supposed to talk about murder on here, so let's just say he got away with a lot. He was stealing. He's got Chad in a bad spot after that little rubby roll. So Chad's not dying, though. Joey doesn't have anything right in front of his hole. He's got to be careful, though. If you just play off of this 8-ball kind of over in the corner, things can get worse. I don't know about this. I don't know about this, folks. Joey is got a shot, and I don't know how he doesn't shoot the 7-ball if it goes. I mean, you're down 5 balls to -1 or 2. That 7-ball goes, and you got a shot at the 6-ball afterwards, and a chance to maybe clip the 1 and get out, or I don't know. It's not like this 3-ball's laying great either. If the 3-ball was laying good for a really nice bank where you can control it and put the cue ball up table, it's great, but you got to spin this ball to clear it. With a lot of right-hand English. And I think the cue ball will open up back out to the middle, towards the middle side of the table, which could sell out. So I don't know. Man, I just wonder if that 7-ball goes. Joey. I don't think he could cross it from there into those 3 balls from where he was up there. Where he is right now. Yeah, Chad's playing a dangerous game up this high. He's got balls in play and Fast Joey shooting at him. Lucky Joey didn't drop that ball. Chad's going to fire the 12, drop the 6, let the cue ball or the 12-ball run up table back over to his side, freezing that cue ball right there. And then game's on. There's a bunch of balls down here. Oh. So he didn't hold that cue ball or pop it out. He hit the wrong side of it. The 12-ball stuck there. I think we're at 5 to -1 still. Now 5 to 0. So he's got a, looks like he's going for the combo bank. See how accurately he can hit that. Those are tough shots. And he whiffed on it. We're going to spot up another one. Now we have a 5-0 ball game. From those 2 spots that he had, he just had to do more. He just had to get back in this game. He just didn't accomplish enough with those shots. So Chad's kind of came out of this unscathed. He's going to put the pressure back on Joey here with this shot. I don't think he's hitting well, he hit it beautifully. Played perfect position on the 9. I might have banked that ball into that stack up there. I don't know. I don't know. He hit it great, though. So that would probably be 6, 9 for 7, and maybe the 1 ball after that. I can't tell if the 1 ball goes, but it looks like it'll go awfully close to the hole, even if it doesn't go, but I'm betting it goes. If not, I guess he's gonna dink duck or something. But God bless, don't put another ball in play. I don't know. He's gonna hit this fairly accurately, I would think. Wow, he almost double kissed it. Um, I just don't know if I love all these balls being down here when Joey needs them all. I mean, to me, if I'm Joey, I'm saying, well, hell, at least there's that. You know, that that's all I'm saying. Like it, but with the way that, I mean, there's no threats to Joe's hole right now. So the way they're all lying, Chad can't be too worried about it. I'm just saying, I'd just prefer they not be there. Oh, the old Efren kick. Two rail that three ball. All right. We're going up 3 games for Chad. Well, here we go with game number 4. Well, that was a nice little shot by Joey. Real risky, though. Could have very easily given up another bank there. But instead, he's got Chad. And going to make him do something. Kind of a funky little spot. Chad's pointing like he didn't leave him exactly where he was looking. Joey hitting a nice bank back to his hole. I think he made this ball. No, he didn't. Boy, he hit that ball good, though. Chad's got a straight little punch out of there. He might be able to cross this ball, actually, and if he does, he might be able to run into the 9 ball. I can't tell if he does, and if he does, if he'll go for it, but no, go for either one. Now Joey can go for, let's see here. Got a bank on the 6 or a 2-rail on the 15. Went for the 2-rail on the 15, hitting it really hard. Look out, 13 ball. Nope. But he opened it up to his hole. Here we go. He's got Chad in a little bit of heat. Chad can play off the 6, run this cue ball down to the end rail behind the 13. Oh, he did okay. He did all right. I don't know if Joey likes this bank on the 5 ball or not. But I think it depends if the cue ball will hit where it would hit on the side rail, if before or after the side pocket, or if it's going into that pocket no matter what. He could see the 9 ball. He could potentially put that ball down there somewhere nice. He banked the 5. He got the cue ball to the tit. Put the 5 back down here, but he opened it up and left the cue ball wide out in the open. Probably not going to turn out good. So, let's see if Chad's going to put this ball in his hole. I imagine he will. I just don't know what to do with this cue ball here. I don't know. Yeah, it was kind of tricky. So he got it out a little bit, tied it up down here a little bit. I don't know. If that 13-11 banks over here, that could be all right. Draw the cue ball down to the end rail. Coach is missing that 12 ball. All right, we'll put another one there. Ooh, if that 11's wired up to Chad's hole, you're going to see a kick at the 5 here. I don't know if it is or not. You can see this 13 ball. You could rip that into the 14. You can see the right-hand side of it. So you bank the 13 into the 14 with a bunch of right-hand English, running the cue ball down table, running into maybe a 2-rail into the 12 or something like that. Be a little fun. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I don't know if Joey has, if that 5 goes or not, but he can certainly just push some stuff in front of his hole and leave the cue ball right there, behind that ball. Yeah, or go up here. That's all right too. Let's see if he can see the 5 or not. I don't know if he can or not. He can certainly play off the 11 back there behind those balls, but that's a good chance of leaving a bank. If he can see the whole 5, he can put him behind the 15, not leaving a ton. Kind of like that there. What a beautiful game this is, folks. I love one pocket. We're very fortunate to have Fast Joey, author of The Hustled and Gotten. His book's available on Amazon, I think, and he probably has a few copies of it from what I hear running around. I have not read it yet. I just got my copy tonight, so I look forward to reading it. But that's who we've got here. We got Fast Joey Evola and Chad Bickle. Chad and I used to play league pool together for a long time. He's always been a couple balls better than me, but he's kind of his game's jumped up quite a bit. Mine's only jumped up a little. But he's worked hard on his game, and it really shows. I mean, when we played pool league together, you know, he was a good player, but you know, he's competing with some champions now. He's got a gear in his game where he can get out from, you know, anywhere. He can run with the horses now. Not that he couldn't a little bit before, but he's added some firepower. He's added some heat. Now Joe's game came along quickly too, and he's got a lot of firepower as well. He finished he tied for like a no pro event. I think he finished, you know, tied for first and second in a no pro event in Farmington. Chad recently went pretty far in a no pro event. I think he finished like fourth maybe. I mean, these guys are both you know, I don't want to call them accomplished players, but they're both good players. Good players. But like I said, as far as one pocket goes, they're both, you know, they got the abilities. They just don't necessarily have all the knowledge and skill yet, and they haven't, you know, sold out enough on some of these shots to realize what you should shoot, shouldn't shoot. They don't see every weird little shot and stuff like that either. But they also come up with some great ones, and they're able to execute some cool things. So it's fun watching them play and evolve. You know, I mean, I'm probably 3 balls behind both of these guys, something like that. Although you know, playing one pocket, they could probably both give me something like 10-7. But only because I do sell out, and when I do, these guys just will punish you for it. There's always a little choice here. Do you bank the ball to your hole that's bigger now, or do you just play shape on the ball from the ball in your hole? I think it's difficult to play shape from a ball hanging in your hole, and I don't mind having a ball hanging in my hole. So I personally was banking that ball right there. That 6 into that ball. I understand why he didn't. He's a much more accomplished 9-ball player than me. He knows how to play shape better than me, and he probably felt comfortable getting on that ball better than me. Like I said, though, I feel like I bank okay, and that I'm going to be able to get that ball close, and I'm hitting it. Looks like he's trying to stiff this ball, and I don't think you have to. I think you cross this ball. He tried to stiff it, though. That's a funny thing about diamonds, too, how that ball goes backwards like that. Yeah, but he tried to stiff it. And actually held it too much. This table plays short as it is. John Perkalicious, in the house. I've overtaken his office, so see if he kicks me out when he walks over. Until that time, I'm going to sit here with y'all. All right, what do we got here? We got something. What's up, Senior John? We are going to have Joey Villas shooting at this hole here in a second. Trying to figure out exactly what it is he wants to do. Accomplish what he needs to accomplish. I don't think he came up with the right answer. But I don't know.
kicked
Yeah,
that thing
right.
in the side.
I was hoping bad enough, but that should have happened. I was hoping it should have. Oh. Lots running from here on out, buddy.
Training for another marathon?
Yeah, my first real marathon in October 2nd. 12 weeks started yesterday, or Monday. 12 weeks of training.
Ain't no reason to run that much.
Hard. I'm sore right now. I don't know. Something's gonna happen. Tell me this run almost. No, actually, I have to make it worse. I run from basically right down this main drag of your forest here, and then becomes Darty Ferry, and goes down to like where Fandangos is, and then
Yeah.
run right past all that, all the way to Carmen, and then go up Carmen Road, which is that big, huge half mile hill. That's how I run home. I'm telling you, with that heavy backpack, 'cause it's got all these clothes in it and everything, you know, that's what's the work. Like carrying that 15 or 20 pounds is the hard part. Going up that hill. Well, I should say the other hard part is the heat right now. When I ran home the other night, man, it was only like 83 out, but man, it was so muggy, it was so hot. It was hotter than like a 90-degree day of sun, it was murdering.
Yeah. Really sticky nights.
I got nice and pink today too,
I
man.
saw you look pretty burned. Color.
I had sun cover, man, but I stayed out here long.
With all that.
My kids, I got a pool for their day camp. I shot.
Wait, man, yesterday was like 111.
I literally usually get in the pool like 2 or 3 times, but I'm there for like 2 hours, you know. I got in like
Chad. God damn it.
Right?
Yeah, that's good. Speaking of, I won't be here Saturday.
I was making fun of so bad. I was laying into it. I'm like, how is that seriously what you're doing? Be way more worried about the fact you're playing.
Other nine.
I don't care about if I get the if I get the
Good for it. There shouldn't be much.
Joe, those handicap tournaments, would you rather play somebody like within a rank or two of you or somebody way below you?
Is that a rank or two?
Would you really? It's like you'd rather play a 8 than a 4?
Yeah. Yeah,
Would you rather play Chad?
because
So
it'd
you're
be
saying you'd
more
rather
fun.
play me than play a 4 in a tournament?
Yeah. Because it'd be
I mean,
more
it just
fun,
depends
or
on
maybe
who's the strongest at their handicap, you know, that's how I
Yeah.
think of it, but,
Or like,
I mean,
feel
if
like you got the
both
best
things
of-
are even, I think I'd probably choose the weaker player.
That's what I think I would choose. I
You know,
don't,
just because you could.
Like, what do
can
you do?
You can do things, or maybe make some mistakes even and still get
well,
away.
somebody like an 8 level could actually run a rack, and if they do that to you once or twice, I mean, they could change everything. You know?
Right.
That's what I mean, like a 4 like should never win games. That's like what Dan was all worried about. He's like, they look 4s play, I'm not playing 4s. Why? What are you worried about?
Football forward play.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'd let them line up every 4 they got, and I'll give them all of them.
The night that got bumped up to a 10, I'd be a little bit more.
Where is it?
Jump is all right.
Yeah, me and him played even for a long time. I'm stunned he's that good. I used to go to Alton all the time, like 3 or 4, 5 years ago, probably 5 years ago. Me and him were always about dead even, like dead even. He's a nice guy too.
He is a nice guy. Fucking jam up, that's all.
Yeah, he must have got a lot better fast, but I'm just telling you, like, he wasn't that good back then. He used to do it all. I didn't gamble him for a while. We were even. I assumed it was Ryan Hoppy. Well, that's what was weird. Ryan was the one kind of complaining about it at first on Jake's thing. I'm like, why are you complaining about yourself?
Right? I always gotta sweat those guys that show up to the pool tournament there. Multiple layers of hustling gear. What kind of ego you got? I got one jacket of Derby once because I liked the design and it wasn't really obnoxious. Like,
Everyone I want to see you.
no, that's just the Derby. It's just a little black jacket. It has the hustling logo on the sleeve, like that's a real cat in there. It was a nice material. It was kind of caught up in the moment, you know.
I had to get some fire stuff.
Oh, for sure. But, yeah. You ask me again, there ain't no way it's been 60. No way it's worth 60.
I don't spend.
Oh, my.
I just don't like. You know, I just don't. Every now and then I'll like these shorts. I bought a pair of them. I like them. I bought this new pair again. Like that's way more me than like. Same thing with this T-shirt. I like this T-shirt. So I bought 2 more colors of it. Actually, I had a dark gray. I love this one. I like $10 at Kohl's. I'm cheap. My money on losing colors.
So you like that, huh? He's like, oh.
You get your normal thing over there?
Yeah, yeah. Sold a few cues. Sold that weird cue Daniel
You get number one or just plain? Probably get number one.
Got some sting to it today, though.
Oh, why was I get a rail?
If I miss that ball, I don't get a rail. Big Sexy just walked in.
9-7 and 8-7. Look at that. That's what I see. I need to wait for both of you motherfuckers. Damn. Thought you were giving it up. Who? There's a fuck. You guys got. Oh, you do got a fucking handicap parking out front now. You always did. There's my handicap parking. I'm right there, dude. So shut up.
Jeff know.
You know who that is? Fast Joey. It's Fast Joey. He's a fucking published author. For the proud recipients of the Fast Joey's book. Did you? Shit.
I don't know, it's in Billiard's Magazine, there's a whole fucking write-up on it.
Is it really?
Yeah.
My book?
No, my blog's from like 5 years ago.
You follow cards at all, Joe?
No,
Like
no.
poker?
No.
You should do like Barry Greenstein used to. Every time you bust somebody, you go and sign his book and hand it to him. That's what that's what Barry Greenstein did. At every tournament, every time he busted somebody out of a tournament, he signed a book and handed it to him. Go learn something. I'll give you 500 if you do that to little James. He could fucking kill you. That would be the funniest shit ever. Would be fun.
Get in!
Joe, why do you listen to Chad? He's bad news. He's not on your team.
This game should have been over with.
Which one are you stalling? I know, dude.
He's got a sunburn and he's got a level 1 spice over there. You're
Went to the pool to see some thongs today. There wasn't one thong there.
They know it's too fucking hot to sit out there.
No thoughts. Where'd you go? Manchester, Florida. There's always 4 or 5. 4 or 5 thongs at least.
That's what I did to you yesterday, fucking, or the other day. Let you back in every time.
I'm a huge fan of the whole thong trend. Like even like just regular mothers are at least wearing like cheap.
Here last week was going on about the pregnant chick in the thong.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was trying to explain to my buddy Scott.
The black gal was like 6'5" or something. No, she was like me and Joe and Chad all together. Cash chick was like that big around. She had a thong on.
Dude, I'm telling you, it's horrible. This is what I was telling him, like,
When you were in the board,
when I was at the lake, there was 10 girls, all the exact same body, all had like a neon green, pink, or orange swimsuit on, and they all were standing there with their butts hanging out. I'm like, those are girls. I want to sit there and look at them in thongs in the pool, they all look the exact same. You know, there's nothing to them. When the girl walks by,
You tell your wife.
these huge butt cheeks going like this with a thong on, I mean, that's what everybody stops and looks at. The whole place stops and looks.
Yes.
No, it's not though. Like, it just is. Like, you know, the 21-year-olds working on their big butt cheeks going back and forth. It's way better than the 100-year-old has no butt at all. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, the girls with the fatter butts are way better than thongs. No butts at all.
That worked out.
I like when they leave your
That's what I'm saying. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I like being there. I'm not saying
Oh, through?
Score, I guess. That's 1-1.
I'm up 3.
My little midget buddy. Our player.
I'm saying. But, like, I love especially if they have anywhere near
Hey, don't get
think you're talking
don't get
to,
no
sir?
practice. You talking about practice?
30 years.
Warm up.
Get stuck a little bit, then you try to fight your way back. Don't work.
Hello, everybody. I'm back. I can't stay away. I just like one pocket too much. But yeah, we got Jody here. I think Ryan might make his way up here. We might have a bunch of champions in here tonight. Duking it out. Seeing who's eating steak and who's eating Taco Bell this week. Chad with a nice little cut to his hole. So all these balls are over here on Chad's side. You can see this 6 ball and bank it back to his hole. Be really cool if he could run the cue ball into the 7 ball, causing the cue ball to freeze over there. I don't know if it's sitting too low. I think the cue ball might hit higher on the rail than that. Oh, it went lower than the rail than that, but he didn't cut it enough either. But he left the cue ball in an effective spot, I believe. It's going to be not tough for Joe to get around this shot, but he's got a shot if he wants to shoot. And it looks like he does. As he usually does. He was not able to pot it. And he's going to leave Chad some choices. So, get 1 rail of the 6 or 2 rail of the 6. I prefer 2 railing the 6 and freezing the cue ball almost right where it is. He tried to 1 rail it, opening the cue ball up and leaving it out in the open for Chad, while trickling the 6 down to his rail was cool. I don't know. There's a shot here. I don't think he's going to shoot it, but he cut the 5-year hole, kicked the 2, let the cue ball run off the 3 and down to the end rail. Don't see the value in shooting it really because a lot of bad things can happen, but just a cool shot I saw. Wow, did not see that one coming. I don't know if I hit the right buttons or not, man, but I hit a few. He hit a cool shot. Why are they playing like this? Give me some more information. They're so. If you were listening earlier, I described these two guys. They They are both good 9-ball players, rotation players. They're both ball makers. They're both fireballers. They both started playing one pocket in the last few years, probably even more so the last year or so. And they're definitely playing wide open. It's how they play. I'm not sure if that answers your question, but they're not movers. They're shooters. That's without a doubt. These guys are, like I said, I was in a pool league with Chad for years, and you can go coach him to a dead nut safety. He's going to try to get out. It's what he wants to do. It's what he's born to do. He's a racehorse. Both these guys, they're both looking to run. I don't know. Let's see, we left old Joe. Chad seems to be pretty well in control of this match all the way around. Oh, look at Joey trying to move a couple balls to his hole. Probably give up a bank. I don't know why we would see anything but just a dump job here, but he was looking around. You know, these shelves are so deep. I generally try to titty fuck my opponent whenever possible. I don't, the ball's got to be laying in a good spot to make that happen. As Joe Evil scratches here, the old kiss of death in one pocket, especially when you're playing a shooter. People give me ball in hand. There's a chance I'm just banking something off their side to my side and putting them back up tables because things when I shoot at my hole don't always go where they're supposed to go. This guy is absolutely going to be looking to shoot at his hole if in any way possible, although he's got a couple of double ups here. He does have one ball sitting real close to his hole. I can't envision a way he's not pocketing balls. I'm sorry, I had the wrong guy. Either way, though, I don't even care who's shooting. This guy's shooting at his hole, too. Looks like he's going after the 8 with some draw to possibly play the 3 next. No, he went to the combination. I don't know. Let's see here. He's going to have to dump this ball now unless he's going to play some little ticky-tacky stuff. But once again, we talked about this earlier. You play the little ticky-tacky stuff trying to not give up this ball, and you got a 4-0 lead. And what happens is your opponent takes control of the table. It's dangerous because you don't want to give up that ball. Dangerous.
That's it. 6-run home runs.
Now that one's a little farther away and it's on towards the end rail side, which I like better. It's a little safer. Man, I don't like balls by my opponent's hole, man. It takes away so many spots on the table you can leave the cue ball. And you're not a great player, man. You don't want to be leaving the ball a lot of places. Out in the open for these guys to shoot. Let's see if Joe stretches out to shoot this ball. I don't think he's got a bank on either ball. I think he should put this 14 as close to his hole as he can while putting the cue ball up under the 7 ball. You could also play this cue ball back kind of towards the 3, like on a real thin 2-railer. Possibly. That little half-ass, no-effort shot was probably not the correct one. You can 2-rail that ball and put the cue ball up on the 9. 2-rail kick. Chose not to. Joe might have a bank on this 3 ball. I don't know how the 14-8's laying, but it doesn't look like it's laying to go to Chad's hole. Now the 7 ball will go and the 3 ball will go. If he banks this 3 ball, can he get the cue ball down to that end rail? Oh, he banked it off the 7 and put the cue in it. Good shot. What a shot. What a shot that was. Now he's got Joe. All right, we got Chad sitting behind 2 balls. The only problem is he's got nothing threatening this hole. There's just, unless that 1-9 is wired. I just saw that. What is that looking like? Yeesh. Man, I hope Chad sees that, because that sure is looking like it's close to on. Maybe a little high. I don't think he can even touch it from here, but if he could drag that ball drag down with the cue ball. I don't think he'd like this 12-10 combo a lot, because the 12, in order to even get this ball close, would have to come off of it towards his hole. 2-rail bank off the 8. I don't know about all that. This table's got reclothed about, let's see, about, I don't know, a month ago, something like that. And it was playing really pretty tight before it got reclothed. And then for the last month or so, the first month or so, balls were still sliding in. But I'm telling you, they're just not sliding in on this table anymore. It's already back to playing a little tight. And I love it, personally, especially for one pocket. Man, you're just not going to shoot your way out of every mess. And as a one pocket kind of mover, I like that. I don't want my opponents shooting out of all the places I put them. The game today, though, is played at a little different level, where these guys are always trying to get out, and they can, especially at the pro level. It's something I learned when I first watched. Oh, you thief in the night. I just got robbed. Mr. Perky. But anyway, when I went to Derby City, I wanted to learn a lot more about one pocket. My first time was about 10 years ago. One of the things I realized is that I couldn't shoot like them. There's no way I could shoot those balls. Those guys shoot balls that, they shoot combos like this 9-1, like they're hangers, and they shoot, 2-rail bank shots, like they're not going to miss them. And they shoot cut shots down the rails with no regard for their opponent's hole at all. They just don't care. One of the biggest matches I saw was Shane and Earl Strickland. Earl had 6 balls in front of his hole, and Shane had a 90-degree cut, on a ball. It was similar to this 8 ball right here, like where the cue ball and the 8 ball is. The cue ball was higher and the 8 ball was a little farther away, but not by much. Say the cue ball was where the 9 ball was, and he cut the 8 ball in his hole back here to the right. Just sliced it in, and then ran 8 and out. I mean, I can't learn anything from that. There's nothing I can do with that. I can't shoot like that. I'm not going to shoot like that. You know what I mean? It's too low percentage shots for me. But in the position Shane was in, it was the right shot, especially for him, because he's, can make anything he shoots at. One, but number 2, his opponent is a masterful player that had 6 balls in front of his hole, and it was time to go. So back to these guys. I always talk about one pocket. It's about realizing the level you're at and playing within yourself and playing within your game and knowing when it's time to go and when it's time not to go for you. It's different for everybody. These guys got some serious firepower, but it's tough to exercise it on this table. Joey should be the favorite to get as many balls as he needs right here, with these balls all being open right here like this. And, let's see if he can make it happen. He just made a mistake right there, but this ball's still very cuttable. And then 1-rail position for the 2 ball. Or, I'm sorry, 2-rail position for the 2 ball. He overran it and undercut it, and he's going to have to bank something now. So here we go with the bank at the 10, I imagine, and maybe put this cue ball underneath the 7 off the side rail and end rail. Looks like the shot to me. Looks like we got a 6-6 ball game, folks. Joey hit that ball well, pocketed it. He didn't play, the shot I said with the cue ball, but, the way, if he went all out to make that ball and didn't feel like this 2 ball was a big threat, then so be it. There's a nice wild attempt at something, not sure what. I think you hit this with just center left. The cue ball kind of dies like that right there. I think you hit that ball good. Real good. Yeah. So it's going to be 7-7. We're going to play some 1 ball, 1 pocket, folks. And Chad's going to get the first shot unless Joey decides to do the wrong thing. And I don't know what we're doing here. We're drilling a 2-rail shot like there's no tomorrow to win the game. Wow. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it was kind of a trap. If he does just dump the ball, he gives Chad a bank. But man, just to cock and fire that 2-rail like that. It's a real funny story. I was at Derby City with my buddy Mike Clark. Mikey Can't Miss Motherfucking Clark, for those of you that know. And if you don't know, you can't go. But I was with Mikey Can't Miss Motherfucking Clark. Derby City. He's playing a guy. I think they were specifically betting about $300 a game, and Mikey had action with the whole room, or at least a few in the room. So I think he was betting about $500 a game or so. Mikey's down, and he needs 2, and the guy he's playing is a better player than him, and has been putting it on him a little bit. And Mikey's got a long straight-in shot or a 2-railer. And Mikey runs around the table looking like he's going to shoot the long straight-in shot most of the time, just looking at different angles and where he's leaving the cue ball and different things like that. And then within seconds, he sprints, for him. He walks fastly to the other side of the table. Doesn't really line up the 2-railer. Just gets down on it, strokes a couple times, and pokes, strokes, 2-rails the ball dead in the hole, and plays the cue ball position on another ball, and runs out and wins the game, and runs around the rail collecting $500 from everybody. And it was unbelievable, and it was similar to what Joe just did right there. Just poked that, it was similar thing and everything, except he had a straight-in ball in this hole also. But he was far away from it. It was a long straight inner. It was nuts. Look at this little shot. Nope. Couldn't twist it back. And we'll see if Joe can run some balls here. Man, I don't know. That 11 ball's tempting to bank. It's just straight in, and that 13 ball's not really prohibitive. It'll almost help it in if you can get it to hit that end rail down there. I'd take a little serious look at banking that ball. But you can also play this 13 up and play to get on the 1, and if you don't get there, you play the bank on the 10 or the 12. I mean, there's a lot of options. I'm just saying I would have been looking at that one like that right there. It just opened up so much, and he banked so good. I don't know how you don't take advantage of that one. Now you draw up and I think try to get on the on that 1 ball. Or you can go around, and I don't like that at all. I didn't like that at all. So you're going to punch this 6 ball out and put the cue ball on the end rail. And have a bunch of balls on your opponent's side, and you have no position control and nothing. I missed the break. I didn't even see who broke. I'm going to go ahead and say that... oh, hell, I don't know. Sorry, I got a little distracted there. Let's see if I can figure out what's going on here.
Them ignorant shots right there.
So good when you defrosted.
Looks like we're going to have a little up table game. You know, these games are never a ton of fun to watch. You know, you can really learn a lot, you know, by what they do, what they don't do, watching how balls react, watching what, you know, what can happen. There's a lot of really cool shots that can come up in these kind of circumstances, but I'm also trying to figure out what each guy's trying to accomplish in this series of shots. I still haven't figured out what hole each guy is, so I can't even tell you that right now. It's kind of hard for me to even give you a little guess. But like I said, right now it's about going up table and freezing balls to balls, freezing cue ball to the end rail, giving your opponent nothing to shoot at, nothing to do. You know, we're going to see this 8 ball get banked and the cue ball come back down here. It doesn't matter what hole he is. Like I said, I can't even figure it out. Remember a couple games ago, he was burying that cue ball on that end rail every time. He's not getting it there. It's a big problem. Chad can completely cue this cue ball right here. And while there's not anything dangerous right now, it's going to happen later, and you can't just keep leaving this cue ball out. We got a 9 p.m.er coming. Well, he did okay there. So I'm going to guess Joey is this back right corner back here where he is standing. I'm going to guess Chad's the other corner. Chad put him behind a ball. I like it. It would have been nice if he could have froze it to him, but got him pretty close to it. I think if I were Chad, I'd be looking at freezing the cue ball to the 14 by popping that 9 ball somewhere maybe. Oh, okay, he could see this ball and get to the end rail. That's pretty cool. Let's see, Joey sees that ball. And he could put it down here near his hole, although not in it. But he could bank this 15 and maybe run into the 3 ball, something like that. Yeah. Oh, he did put it in this hole. Shoot, I didn't think he could get it there. I thought he'd have to come on this side of the 6. I think he went on the other side of it somehow. He missed it. He walked in front. I couldn't see what happened, but he's going to force Chad to move this ball. Chad moves it, but not out. We could see a bridge shot. We could see a bank on the 4. We could see a cross on the 6. We could see a lot here. Let's see what he chooses. Looks like we're pulling out the bridge. I kind of like the cross on that 6 myself. Although, if you're going to make this ball, it's got the best outcome. Look at that underhand scoop shot with the bridge. It didn't look good, man. He doesn't look real comfortable with the bridge at all. I'm not one to critique it because I'm terrible with the bridge, but he didn't look comfortable. Let's just say that. And if you don't look comfortable with it, man, it's hard to execute. And I think he'll get this ball. Nope. I thought it was in deeper than that. Yeah, so not pocketing that ball cost him. It cost him dearly. Now we get the double kiss bank on the 6 that wasn't there. With the old bank on the 3 coming up that is there. I don't think he'll stiff this. I think he'll just roll it in. He should be able to hit this accurately. Looks like it's almost dead straight. Maybe just a touch of inside or a touch of back cut, but he hammered it. And it went in 2 rails in Joe's hole. So, I don't really understand what the point of hammering that ball was. It looked like it was pretty simple to just roll in. So it looks like Joe's up 3 balls to 1. I missed that shot, so I apologize. If I'm Chad here, I'm coming off this 2 ball. No, maybe not. That 4-ball's sticking out a little much. That's a good shot. That's a good shot. You're gonna force Joe to play this ball out of there. I don't. There, you can cross this, not cross it, but you can get this ball back to your hole. He chose not to try. He got a little protection from the 2-8, and he's got the 1 ball over on his side, although it's not really any danger. Chad's not in any danger from it. I think I would separate this 2-8 now. I don't like that sitting there like that if I'm Chad. I think I'm moving it. Yeah. I just didn't like the way it was laying for him. It didn't look good. It wasn't really going to, I don't know. I didn't like it. Yes, they are playing even. Even Steven. They did play a couple days ago, and I believe Joe won. I apologize, Chad won. And they are playing even again. These guys are even rotation players. Their one-pocket games are both in the same stage, roughly. They're both a touch behind moving-wise and a touch ahead shooting-wise. And I think we're going to see some nice bank shot there. You know, if maybe he just feels more comfortable hitting him at that speed, but like the one before that, man, I mean, when I miss those balls, I sure enough want to hang them, man. I mean, I'm always scared to death to give up a bank back to my opponent, and I even try to hit them so where if I miss them, that they stay on the correct, end rail. They, I call it low down, slow down, low down, stay down there. I don't think he's going to make a run at this 10 ball right here. It can leave a big fat shot on that 9 ball there, the way the 15 is going to hold this cue ball. Yeah, and he elects to just dump this 8. It's okay. So he tied up the score. I don't think you can see this 2 ball. So I don't think that's a real danger. Oh wait, he's shooting at it, unless he's just coming off this 10. No, he is. He's shooting at it. He was not able to pocket it, but he did leave it down there on the end rail and put this cue ball over near the side rail. He's not forced. Chad does not have to play this ball out of there, but he's going to. But it's definitely not a big enough threat that he has to play it out of there. I just don't know if I like this. He's going to give up some banks here. I mean, he is giving up banks here. That's why I didn't like it. I'm saying he didn't have to play it. So now he's given up a couple of banks. So none of them are sitting great. He left a bad angle. But he did give up some shots here. He also gave up, I don't know what he's choosing here. I just don't get it. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Nothing I would have chose. I would have liked to have positioned the 14 or the 12 or even the 6 ball somehow down towards my hole. I don't know why he messed with those balls. It didn't look like it was laying good for anything good to happen. And he's in big trouble here if Chad can pocket this ball, which he's supposed to, but he left it a little wide. And Joey's going to be shooting now. So we got a little predicament here, and these guys are both shooters, but they're both not pocketing balls quite to their level right this second. And like that one, they're just a little bit off, and they're getting away. Neither one of them is punishing the other one for shooting a couple of these ill-advised shots, really. It's kind of my point. And when that starts happening, one of them's going to run away with this if they get there. So we got a 4-3 lead. Joey Vola, Fast Joey, author and hustler. Author of the book The Hustled and Gotten, available on Amazon and on I think he keeps some copies with him and things like that. So he just donated a book to the Players Club, so we're going to get a chance to read it, and we'll talk about it a little bit more next time he comes into play. I haven't got a chance to read it myself yet. I'm excited, though, to read it and check it out. But in the meantime, you should look to get yourself a copy. I think they're $20. I'm also going to have some Officer Langsdorff t-shirts up here any day now. I bought them, and I'm going to sell them up here, and I just figured I'd go ahead and give them all the money so that they had it right away, which I haven't given it to her yet. I'm sure she's going to yell at me. But anyway, they should be up here any time now, and I'll have them for you guys up here. I'm going to be proud to wear mine. I hope you'll be proud to wear yours too. I also have the Players Club t-shirts up here, which I'd love for you to wear to your local tournaments, your local pool hall, your local place. I've got some couple cool little logo shirts I'm playing around with. Nothing that I've ordered big chunks of. I just ordered 10 or 12 of each kind to see what I like and see what I'm going to order the next batch of. So come on up and get yourself a Players Club t-shirt. Watch the action, play a little, bet a little maybe. Buy a round of sodas for everybody. It couldn't cost you but $10. This place only holds 10 to 12 people. So you can come make a lot of friends for about $10. So you can't beat that. It's a steal. And if you're a lonely lady out there, there's always a bunch of gentlemen up here you can come meet. So bring yourself on in and have a little fun. Just kidding. Just playing around a little, folks. Mark the Shark will be here around 9 p.m. to tell all these guys what they did wrong the whole time and tell them what they should have done better. I'm hoping he bypasses them all and just comes straight to me, as I need to learn as much as possible. I need to get into Greece here soon. I haven't been in a while. I haven't been playing much. I focus most of my time running and working and playing with my kids and fun stuff like that. Trying to get us into a little bigger spot. Working on that as well. Hopefully maybe the end of the year. So we've gone up table a little bit here with the score jacked up at 4. We got a 3-railer to his hole that he hit fairly good. It's not going, but he did hit it good. He's going to force Chad to defend it, get it out of there. Chad could 2-rail this to his hole, although there is a scratch here. He's only about 4 inches away from that corner pocket. So yeah, you like just to bang it out of there with some nice control, which is probably the correct shot. 2-railing it right there often leaves the old bank back to the other guy's hole. Left Joe in no man's land here. Don't see any real cool shots. You might see a high-level pro bank this 5-ball. I don't think you'll see Joe bank it. Got a little mini wedge with a couple scragglers out there. I don't know much about the wedge game. If we had Mark or somebody here could help us out. I know the kind of idea is you want to get them all grouped together so that as the person you're playing against cannot get them to go to their hole. It's often used if one person's ahead and the other's behind, I would think. If you're ahead, you'd want the balls in the wedge. If you're behind, you certainly would not. And if you're ahead, you're hoping to get one ball out at a time and have your opponent have to 50-50 for it the whole way down, and on and on and on. But I don't know which side of the table you would specifically want to go on. I'm sure we could sit here and reason it out together. But like I said, I'm no expert on the game. But I like to play 8-ball, and I move pretty good, and I love to play one pocket. So I feel like if I get the game in a wedge game, that I'm going to be moving around and ticky-tacking around pretty well, and that'd be an advantage for me. Now, these guys both have really good cue control, and they both are good players, and so they're going to be able to accomplish a lot of those same feats. And even they're able to do some things with the cue ball that a player like me may not be able to do, although I don't know that they'll see every little move that I would see as well. We got a freebie out here now, and he's excited. He ran to the table and sprinted on up here. We got a 1, 2, 3 practice strokes with a punch, and it's coming up a little low on the end rail. And this ball is going to get hit about 102 miles an hour towards Chad's hole next. He is going to wind up, stroke through this ball, I believe, judging by the other ones he's hit. I think a nice, smooth little stroke with high inside English would hold this ball beautifully to his hold, though. Kind of like that, and look how nice it just slides in there. When I first saw the shot, I thought he was going to hit it hard until I really looked at it and saw that was he was going to shoot it like that. Joe, no disregard for Chad's hole at all. Fires a bank off the end rail in his hole, and apparently he's going to do it again. So we're banking the 2 to his hole and putting the cue ball up under the 5-ball. There's only about 4 inches of rail down there. and the 2 ball's off the rail, and I'm telling you, this is dicey. This is dicey, folks. Sketchy, if you will. But I don't know if he can do this without scratching. He sure did. He couldn't get the 2 ball anywhere near his hole, but he could get him in a precarious spot and get this 2 ball kind of near his side. If he'd have really tried to cut that 2 ball towards his hole, he probably would have scratched there for sure. And that's what I was afraid of. But he didn't even try, which is a pretty good shot there. You know, he's playing. I mean, he's got to give up. He needed to give up that ball before, though. And then now he's just running from fire. But boy, is he really trying to shoot his way out of this. Let's see if he can get this cue ball to bury. God, he did. But he made it too. Oh, my Lord. He loses the game from there if that ball doesn't go. Because then Chad combos the 12 into the 14. He gets those 2, and there's probably balls down here to go ahead and get. But instead, Joey is still shooting at his hole. And this is what I was talking about earlier. These guys have the firepower to do this kind of shit. You know, they do have this kind of firepower. And it's that's what the game's never over when they're up there. And, you know, you don't know what's going to happen. So we got a 5-5 score. Chad's got a ball in his hole. He's got a ball that he's going to bank after he makes this ball on the 12 ball. If he leaves the cue ball good enough, he's going to get position on the 2 ball after that. I don't know. This is one of those ones he's either going to have to stiff it, and I think he will. We'll hold the cue ball nice and tight for the 2 ball. He's got the 2 ball now. A little back cut to his hole. 10 ball blocks that corner pocket from any kind of a scratch. Well, it blocks part of it. I mean, it might be possible for the cue ball to dance around it a little, but you know, these cue balls can do funny things. Wow, look at this. What a shot. 2-rail the 5. And let's see what happens here. I don't know since he's jacked off here on this ball, I don't know if he can hold it without the kiss and get the 5 ball relatively close to his hole, because I think you have to back cut this a little bit to get it to go to your hole. You know, if you hit dead straight ahead on this ball's going like just past that chalk over there in the side pocket, maybe by the second diamond. See, he didn't even try, which is fine. You know, he did okay there. He really did. He got out of a trap a little bit, you know, for a minute. So, and after that little run he just went ahead to get a head on. You know, you definitely don't want to go backwards. And Joey scratch a lot. I don't know if that'll be the end of him, but it certainly doesn't look good from here.
You're all right? You get a Charlie horse?
That works. Might be able to make this. No, those necks were terrible, so I sprayed the whole ceiling.
They're super bad at working.
Yeah, it's just, so, I sprayed the whole ceiling on it. They haven't been bad today so far, they're bad. I mean, they're out.
Really?
They're not anywhere like I was yesterday, they were rough. I bet you, I sat here, after I sprayed the whole ceiling, I sprayed out here. Then I literally walked around with a swatter, just whack, 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 whack. Bleached everything in this whole building yesterday. You touch any chair leg in here, any table leg in here, they all bleached.
Well, we got us some action, folks. Fast Joey's got it back down to one game. He's got the cue ball in the stack. He's got Chad coming up here. And we got us a little game. It looked like Chad was going to run away with it, but Joey's not having it. He's got himself back in it here, down 4 games to 3. Basically up 1 game. I think they're playing by the game. I can't swear to it, though. But I would bet on it. But he's got Chad looking around. Once again, I don't know who's got what pocket. But judging from the way Chad's looking, Joey's the pocket with the 15 and 6 sitting in front of it. Looks like he's looking at kind of doubling them up somewhere, maybe. Some kind of way. Not a terrible shot either hole you are. I guess we'll find out for sure. Alright, so that was Chad's hole. Joey scratched. Chad's the 1 hole over here. So, Joey will go to the old negative. Chad's gonna try to calm down his little semi he just got and get ready to pocket some balls. They're sitting open. For a guy like him, this probably looks pretty similar to a drill. I really expect him at his level to run at least 4 balls here. And he's got a very good chance to run 6. And to be honest with you, I would put his level of getting all 8 here at somewhere near 5, 7, 8%. But I'd say Ford's the over-under for sure. And man, I'd like to bet on him getting more. And that's a problem here. That was a problem. Chad's better than that. He plays a lot better than that. Now, this table is playing a little bit tight, but he flat out missed that ball. And, you know. Oh, boy. Yeah, Joey had himself a little wired one, even off the 10 that still went. He's got some heat on him here, though. Chad's got a bunch of balls by his hole. He's got some protection over there. There's not a shitload of places you can leave this cue ball where you can get at that 14 ball and still, control it. There's nothing else he can really get on other than this 3 ball, which looks to be extremely difficult to me. And boy, he made one hell of a try at it. But what he did do is get himself in a good spot to bang at this 14. Man, I just don't know if it was all worth all that. I might have rather pocketed the 14 for him and put him behind those balls, leaving that ball in front of my hole that was there. Or, I don't know. But I think this is what he has to do here. And you can get this ball, over near your side pocket maybe without selling out like this and forcing him to shoot balls away from your hole. Or you can just let him do whatever he wants and leave all those balls by his hole. So there we go. I think he thought there was some kind of a 3-rail to his hole and it was worth shooting like that. I just disagree and don't think that it was. And, I don't know about all that. So, has Chad got 2 balls now? I apologize. I'm trying to do a couple things at once over here, and I'm just not doing a great job of keeping score also. Or remembering which side guys are going to, but I'll get a little bit better or worse as we go along. Yeah, so I'm lost. I think we'll have a hell of an idea here, though. I don't know what hole he is, but it doesn't look like he's shooting the right shot to me. I'm not buying that one. If I don't know exactly, man, but I'm thinking some kind of draw shot here on the 13 is the way to go. Put this cue ball back by that side pocket or below it if possible. I just can't tell how that cue ball is going to react off all those balls without being up there to read it better. And even then, I don't know that I would know. And then there's also that factor of hitting it where you intend to, which lessens my degree of difficulty or raises my degree of difficulty, lessens my degree of accomplishing it. So he just played a nice little safety and parked the ball right there. When Joe played that shot earlier, that's why another reason I didn't like it. Anytime you play the same side of your own side safety, I mean, they just don't typically get better for you. Like if you want to do it once, I mean, to escape an inning or escape a bad trap, have at it. But man, it's dangerous. Things usually don't get better for you. They just usually don't. Every now and then you get your opponent to execute a bad shot. You could leave them a little trick or a little tease or a little something. But oftentimes, man, you're just going to get it given to you worse. Guys are going to kick at the stack. They're going to kick at the stack and take a foul. They're going to just take a foul and leave the cue ball where it is. They're going to, blast something into the stack. They're going to go up table on you, off of the ball and up table behind a ball. I mean, they just generally don't get better for you. They just generally, and anything on your side is going to be moved away. So if you did have anything, you can forget about that too. It just, like I said, like rolling into the stack after the break, I try to do anything I can to not do that, and I've had to do it. And when I'm giving up weight, which doesn't happen often because there's not that many people that play worse than me, but when I'm giving up weight, I'm more likely to take a foul like that than if I'm getting weight. Because I figure if I do it to somebody that plays worse than me, they may not know how to get out of that. They may not know what to do when they're stuck in the stack, even if theirs on their own side. So at that point in time, it's not a terrible shot. But like if I'm playing Justin or somebody better than me or something like that, no way am I gonna. I don't want to do that. The only good thing about doing it to somebody like him is at least he's not going to go hog wild and get out from me there. And when I play him, that's usually the goal. Just don't leave him out, because you leave him an open shot, he's pretty much out. So, I just seen him run whatever the balls he needs. I've seen him get out too often. It's crazy, that he's just so good. He can outshoot the dead nuts. He can outshoot the game. One of the very few in the game that can do it. There's not many of them. Watching pro pool players is something special, and if you haven't had the chance, I suggest you get the opportunity. We're going to try to drag Justin down here, hopefully again soon. I don't even know if he's in town right now, but we'll definitely try to get him down here again soon. And we love watching him play, and it's a rare chance to get to see somebody that special play pool. I hear a lot of people talk all the time about regretting either regretting not getting to watch Louis play or not watching him play or being too old like me or not old enough or not around during that time to ever get to see him play. But I never got to see Louis play, and so I hear some stories and obviously we've got Joey's book here, Joey Vola, The Hustled and Gotten, available on Amazon, and he's also got some copies with him at all times. But so we've got that, and we can hear stories about Louis. But they're just, that's all you get to hear. And so, folks, you're living it right now. We have Justin Bergman. He's here, and you get to go see the reincarnation of the old great Louis, because Justin Bergman, I'm telling you, has got the firepower of just about anybody in the world. The kid can run balls like you wouldn't believe. And he's not even a kid anymore. He's a grown man now in his 30s, and he's out doing his thing. But I heard his match with Shane got canceled because I'm hearing Justin's going for the Mosconi Cup team. Just a word I heard. I have not confirmed that, so I hate to be spreading rumors, but that's what I heard. And I'd sure like to see him on it because he's definitely one of the most talented American players we have. He's one of the most talented players in the world. And, people ask me, like, some people you ask think I'm getting the dead nuts when I play him 18-4. And if you ask other people, they say they'd bet on him all day, every day, and he can get staked at that game to play me. I think it's insane that he can give it to me. I think I play too good for it. But he can, and he does. And, the spots that he gives people they're just insane. I don't know what else to say about him. They're just nuts. He gives up huge spots and then he wins, and then people understand what it's like to play him. That every time you friggin' shoot, you're froze to a rail or a ball or both. And anywhere you leave the cue ball, he is going to shoot at his hole. And if he doesn't, you're definitely not going to like where you're shooting from, unless he whacks his shaft on my table as hard as he can. Then you might like it. But other than that, it just isn't going to be good for you. He's got some fabulous, amazing cue control, and I think when he develops a break, he's going to win his first big title. And I think, or I shouldn't say his first big title. Let's just say this: he'll win his first U.S. Open or Derby City event, or something like a Steinway or some big event. And I'd love to see him develop his straight pool game and his one pocket game. I don't see any reason why he's not a top, very top of the list one pocket player here in the States. And as far as once you get to that level, there's only a couple international players that play the game at that high level. And you're talking about Alex, who my estimate is number 1 in the world one pocket. Dennis Orcolo, number 2 in the world one pocket. Then it gets hairy. Then it gets real hairy. You can go a lot of ways after that. If you ask me if I'm finding too many guys to bet against Efren, I'm not. Especially in short races. It'd be real difficult for me to bet against him. Ever. Bustamante might be the best one pocket player in the world, although I would take Alex over him and Orcolo both. But Bustamante is a master bank player. He's a master 10-ball player. He's a master world ranking run-out rotation player. And if you've ever seen him play one pocket, he masters that game pretty goddamn well, too. The guy can make some outs that nobody else in the world can. He's a fabulous bank player, and he's got fabulous cue control. You know, he can make some 8 and outs from anywhere on the table like, you know, some of those guys can. And he's way up there. You know, so once you get past those 4 Filipinos, then where do you go from there? Now you have to get to Tony Shohan, Scott Frost, and you know, I'd say they're the next kind of wave. Danny Smith probably like to make an argument in there. I would like to say that I think Shane Van Boening is as good. I would bet on him above Danny Smith. I don't think I would take him over Scott Frost, but I don't think I would necessarily take Scott over Shane either at this point. Yeah, Cody, we all know everybody will take it from anybody in the world to play. All I'm saying is, oh, yeah, Cody, thanks for saying Corey. I think Corey's right above Danny, to be honest with you, and right behind, you know, Scott and Shane. I think Scott would beat him. Shane, man, we just don't see Shane play enough one pocket to really know exactly where he is. But I'm telling you, if you ever look at when he does play, he's usually pretty close to the end of whatever it is he's in. He's awfully dangerous up there. You know, and then there's some other names that you really can't just exclude because they've won some big events and they play awful good. And everybody knows my most underrated player is Shannon the Cannon Dalton. I think Shannon is way up there in one pocket and a force to be dealt with if he's playing pool. And other than Billy Thorpe, Sky Woodward, both Justin Hall, Justin Hall's won some sporty tournaments in one pocket and banks. You know, those guys are definitely right there too. You can't exclude them. There's one hole is exciting for our world. Chip Compton, you can't just leave him out of these conversations. If you look at his records against people, he's usually getting there too. You know, another exciting player. I like watching Joey Gray play, but I think Joey's a ball under a lot of these guys, to be honest with you. And I don't mean that in a bad way. The guy's a fabulous player. I just don't know that he's quite got the firepower that some of those guys have. You know, Jeremy Jones is a fabulous mover, and obviously from his finish at some of these rotation games lately, he's playing awful good pool. I just, you know, once again, he's capable of putting it on anybody in the world, but I just don't think his percentages are quite as high as some of those other guys. Just is what it is. Who all are we leaving out? I'm sure there's more. I don't believe that, Cody, that any of the top 5 Americans. I guess you know you're going to go ahead and say Shohan Frost, Shane, you know, Corey, and I don't know. I mean, I don't think Scott's a coin flip over those guys. I think he's going to win. I'd take him over those guys all day. You know, and Shohan, I don't like to bet on Tony Shohan. I think he's kind of wild, but I would take him over any of those guys all day, too. I don't think you're going to find those guys stepping up to play one of those two. Somebody walked in the door. Mark the Shark. Mark O'Brien's in the house. Yeah, I mentioned Skyler. I think he's right up there, too, although I don't think he's, you know, he's Shane Jr., basically. You know, he outshoots the nuts like Shane does, and he's such a fabulous bank player. Dwayne Paul Spears, hello from Indiana. Buy yourself a horse, would you old man? But I love one pocket. That's one exciting thing about the United States pool is we have some fabulous one pocket around here. And I tell you what, I don't understand why John Schmidt's not a much better one pocket player. Not that he's not a great one, he is. But running 626 balls and winning the U.S. Open and being, I mean, he's just a fabulous all-around player. I don't know. I don't get it why John Schmidt's not a little more developed than some other skills. Hopefully, now that he's taken off straight pool, he can develop on some other sides and play some more events and see what else he's got. Yeah, Cody, I like to watch Shohan play a little bit. I don't know what it is. There's just something that I don't love about his game. I guess it's just not one I want to emulate. You know, he plays a much more wide open style. He's extremely creative. He banks phenomenal. He plays so good. I mean, he's a great player. Not saying I don't know what it is. It's just he's not one of my favorite players. I don't know what else to say. Not dogging him. Like I said, he's probably, you know, way up the list of American players. I mean, like I said, if it's him and Frost, I don't know. I mean, Justin Hall's awful good, but man, I don't know. I don't think Alex is going to give Scott a ball on his home table and beat him. He did that to Justin Hall. Yeah, Brumback's a good player. Yeah, he's capable of. Oh yeah, I'm not saying they're not capable of it. I'm just saying once you look at the list of the guys, who are at the end of every tournament, that's kind of how I rank guys. I mean, if you're at the end of every tournament, the end of every gambling session, you're the man. The other guys can play good all they want. It's just what they are, though. They're good. You know what I mean? That's what when people denigrate Shane's game, I'm like, man, he gets the end of an awful lot of tournaments. I mean, it's tough to say that about the guy. It's tough to say anything other than he's the best. I don't know what else to say. I mean, it isn't anybody else's name consistently at the end of every list. They're not the ones making all the money. Yeah, you can pre-give me a list of a one-pocket tournament, man, without the one guy who's going to sneak in there, whether or not it's Chip Compton or Jeremy Jones or Corey Deuel or whoever it is, without that. But I can pretty much tell you that it's going to be Alex or Dennis or Scott Fraw. I mean, you can tell who's going to be towards the end of all those. It's those guys are just the game to me is the better players generally going to get it in the end. Now these little short races to 4 like at Derby or races to 3 like at Derby, I think they're 3 actually. I mean, man, that's hard to say when a guy like Billy Thorpe or Skyler beats a Scott Frost or a Dennis Orcola or whoever they might beat it. You're not going to sit here and tell me that makes them better. I mean, come on, give me a break, man. But like when Alex beat Scott over 4 or 5 days, man, that told me something. I mean, that told me he was the best in the world. When Orcolo broke even with Tony Shohan, it told me that he's one of the best in the world, but he may not be the best in the world. That Alex is probably still it. I don't think Alex and Dennis are ever going to play, so I don't think we're ever going to find out. But answer to your question, yes, Dodong, James Arenas has started playing one pocket. There was a video of him playing in the last couple weeks, and apparently his stake horse friend Roy Francisco, what's their name, guys? Somebody help me out. Roy's Basement, Ariel Francisco, I think. He posted a video or something like that of Dodong playing a little one pocket just a week or 2 ago. So yeah, I imagine he's picking it up, and he'll be a force to be reckoned with. That kid can definitely pocket some balls, and definitely has a world-class heart. John Schmidt, I don't think he won the Derby City one pocket 6 years ago. I could be wrong, man. That doesn't sound right, though, to me. That doesn't sound right at all. I'd be shocked if he'd even played in. I don't know. I've been to the Derby every year for the last few years. I just can't see that he won it. I thought, like, Billy, Skyler, Alex. Shit, I don't remember. Let me pull up AZ Billiards and check that out for us. John Schmidt won the U.S. Open 9-ball, like, long time ago, I think, but I don't think so, man. I don't know. I'd bet against him winning the one pocket. Shoot, he lost to Oscar Dominguez playing one pocket recently. Well, about a year ago, I think. So I don't know that I'm buying that one. I got AZ Billiards open here. I'm going to see if I can't navigate my way back there if my phone will allow me. Yeah, we've been a couple same plays. I was out at the U.S. Open and at Griff's when those guys were there. I didn't really bug them or anything like that too much. I was busy doing a few things and playing poker and stuff like that. I really didn't get to watch a ton of pool. I think we saw him at Griff's one night, and we saw him, a couple nights, and I think he's doing a lot for pool, and there's a lot of good things around out there, and can't be happier about that. I've never heard a bad thing about him or his stable, if you will, or anything like that. So, Um,
Yeah.
this isn't where I want to be.
Really?
Top 5 pitcher of all time.
I'll take him. He get fucking
Um,
Gibson's sick, by the
Maybe
way.
Kershaw 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, as a lefty, yeah, but I'd rather have Koufax. Hey,
09? So 10 years ago he won the one pocket? I just wouldn't. I would have bet against that, but
Ooh,
I still can't find it on here.
Best
They're
player.
playing in corner.
The year after Gabe Owen won it?
Best players
Babe
weren't.
Ruth was one of the greatest pitchers of all time.
Huh.
Best players weren't allowed to play when he was out there. In their own league.
I can't get my phone to do what I want it to do, so I'm kind of lost here. Everything I click on AZ Billiards goes to the same page. So I'm about to give up. Oh, there we go. Desktop version. Let's see if this thing will let me work now.
Any fella wanted to have 100% blood flow? Yeah,
No, that was tough. Fucking 16, 17 pages.
What's going on in the game on we got here now? It looks like we got one ball down. We got Fast Joey at the table.
You know how'd you end up at that tournament?
Oh, I got like 64.
Cash?
I was going on the
I
back.
saw you play one match against a guy that played good then.
Dustin? Dustin?
Junior?
Yeah, Dustin. Yeah, he plays. He beat Bustamante. He beat Bustamante.
Did?
Yeah, he had.
Shark race or?
I don't know what it was. It was like $9, $10. Bar table.
You can't feel too bad, right?
He's always a favorite out there.
Ha 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 ha.
Put a fan on that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, looks like John had a hell of a year that year. You're correct. I was wrong. I thought, maybe I don't know what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, awful good year that year though. I like John a lot. I've talked to him on the phone a little bit about a few years ago about doing some playing with us. Hopefully, we'll get him up here at some point in time. I'd certainly love to see him play. Love to have him in our little club here.
Really? Yeah. Yeah. I wish his fucking road partner come out. He. Really, he's sick too? That'd be even better. That'd be like, no, what's the kid from Cape? Who's it? Hey, Brendan, who's the kid from Cape?
What kid?
Plays real good.
Durbin?
Durbin.
Oh,
Durbin's always preaching about Jesus. And then the girls come out of the bedroom. He goes, I got the Bible from the Holy Spirit. He's got a young man. Yeah.
Five head round. That little spot down.
yeah. What karate? Who are you? Yeah, like I said, I started going to the Derby I think in like 2011, and I've been every year since then. I think. So I wasn't there in '09 and probably not in 2010. Like I said, I think I started going in 2011, and I've been every year since, and love it. Actually, been in stayed at that casino a couple times, even not in Derby season. We went up there and stayed there when Justin played Oscar Dominguez up there in Louisville last summer. My friend was in on the game in a big way, so we went up there and got to watch it at the Sword Brothers Club up there, which I was in the middle of building this place right when we went up there to see their place, and it was kind of interesting because my place is just a little. They have a little 3-room, 4-table place, and I have a little 2-room, 2-table place. And so I was kind of in the middle of building my place when I got up there to see their place, and I kind of told them what I was doing. They gave me some little advice. I gave, none to them. And it was interesting, man. Those are nice guys. We had a great time up there. It was a blast. I like the area. We like the casino. And I love the poker room up there. I'm a poker player, and I had a blast playing. I won both nights I was there. Not real big, but pretty decently, playing Texas Hold'em one night and Pot Limit Omaha the next night. And goaded my friend into going with me on the Pot Limit Omaha game. Man, we'd love to have Jason and Sarah down here. I don't. I mean, certainly we can set up something with him and Justin, and if not, I might be able to drag Chuck Ralston up here, or we got all kinds of guys that play. I mean, decent pool, but they'd need way to really gamble. But we'd take Jason and Sarah here just to. I'm sure I could stir up all kinds of stuff for them, but we'd love to have them here anyway. So I know Jason and like Jason a lot. I don't know Sarah. I've met her, but I doubt she'd have any idea who I was. She's a high society kind of person. I'm just teasing. No, I just don't know her. I think I've only met her once. And Jason I've met, a dozen times or more. He's came and played in a couple of our tournaments here back when we ran a lot of tournaments back in like 15. And then I've met him, a bunch of times outside of there. He's came to Hillsborough to gamble before. And, man, I thought the first time I saw him come to play, I think he was traveling with Chris Bartram and Strong Arm, maybe. Something along those lines. And I want to say, like Chris Bartram played, like, one night. And then they were going to play the same way the next night, but Chris didn't feel like playing. And he said, well, do you want to play me or do you want to just play Jason? So I think that Jason played him and even gave him, like, an extra ball or something. And just runs over him. And I was like, this guy's a stone cold fucking killer. I'm like, he looks like a little kid, but he's a stone cold killer. And I think that's when I kind of, and I was just sitting there hitting balls, and I was like a 4, then, which I'm like a 4.5 now. But he walked over to me and he just showed me something, and then he kind of showed me a couple more things. And just the nicest guy in the world. I was a Jason Klatt fan ever since then. Probably always will be. I kind of wanted to kick him in the dick one time down in Memphis. We're down in Memphis for like the Memphis Open, and I was with the same guy actually. I was with my friend Brian, and we were down there, and Justin snapped that tournament off actually, and it was one of the only big table tournaments I've ever heard of him winning. I think he won one out in California, maybe one in Texas, and one in Tunica, but that was one of the only big table tournaments I remember him winning. And I remember, what's his name? Drake Niepater played real well. It was back when he was playing his best pool, and I want to say his backer might have been Shane Little. Put him in, and I think he beat Jeremy Jones. He beat a real good player. I mean, he was playing some real good pool back then. He was, close. And so anyway, we were down there, and Jason Klatt was there, and it sounded like a bet was going to go off, and I think he was given head, the 7 in the break maybe or something like that on a bar table. And we both kind of talked about it. I said, look, I've seen Jason play quite a bit, and he's awful good on a bar table. He can absolutely play real good on one. And if this guy, so Jason can give that kind of weight to a real good player, and I don't think Devin's good enough player to get that, to run that game. Well, Devin, was a little better than I remembered. Devin increased. I mean, that kid got better fast, man. He really did. You know, I got another story I can tell about that one. But bottom line is he went to play Jason, and we didn't know Jason was smashed, and Jason lost bad, and he couldn't make a ball. It didn't matter what Devin did. He didn't make a ball, I don't think. So we lost a couple $100, $250, and I was going to spank Jason for it, but you know, we lived.
Yeah.
And Devin, so I've seen Devin gambling a few times. One of them was when he was about 16 years old. He stepped up to play Mr. Brady Behrman, who I saw in the post earlier, or in the thread, chat, blah, 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 threads earlier. And he came by to play a little Mr. Brady. And they were playing 2 sets ahead, and they both traded sets for quite a while. And then Brady, if I remember correctly, made a kick, like had to made like a kick bank shot to get out. And it kind of changed things, and I think Brady went on to win the 2 sets from there. And that was a hell of a night. And then, so I mean, don't get me wrong, I have respect for both their games, but like they weren't breaking running racks, man. I mean, it wasn't like it was a 700 level pool. These guys weren't playing that great then. They were both playing good players, I mean, but they just weren't like, just not, I expected a little bit more out of both of them, to be honest with you. They moved around good and stuff like that. They just didn't break and run very many racks, if any at all. Like, they just didn't, and the way and everything they were playing. But since then, Devin went on to go, man, he finished at the end of some good tournaments down there. He was running around in South Carolina and Georgia and places like that. I think I saw his name, and it seemed like his name was getting towards the end of a bunch of tournaments. I was pretty excited for him. He also played a real tough set against Gary Lutman in Farmington a few years ago. And, I know he's running around with Skyler and them guys for a while and playing real good pool. Last I heard, though, he settled down in Arkansas with a woman and a couple kids, or a kid at least, and he sounds like he's happy, so that's all that really matters, and hopefully he'll play a little pool and we'll get to see his ass out again some point in time. Looks like Joe's determined to shoot his way out of whatever hole he's in again. Guess we'll see a cross in the 11 with the cue ball put over on the side rail. Or a bank from the 4 ball with little draw action behind the 11, leaving a bank if he misses it. Probably not the best idea to me. I'd be going up table with this. Now, the only good thing is if you do pocket it, you could play position on this ball. The bad thing is you give up some banks in order to do this. Unless you hit it like that, you have nothing to worry about. It looks like we got a 6-6 score. Joe's got a ball hanging in this hole. This is really interesting here. I can't find my mouse. Here we go. Let me tell you why it's interesting here, because it's kind of a trap here. So, if he just dumps this ball, he leaves a nice big fat bank on the 11, and there's not many places on the table he can put this ball where Joe's not going to have that as a shot. You can cross bank this 11 ball to your hole, running into the 8, possibly even pocketing it, bringing the cue ball up and down table, and things like that. So he elected to just go ahead and run it in for him. That's not a terrible strategy, especially playing the player he's playing.
He is out of turn because once he makes the first ball, it's not his turn anymore. He shot out of turn. He shot twice in a row. It's a loss of game, if anything.
I don't know what they're talking about. So, Chad's back to... I got the copy donated to the club. The Hustled and Gotten by Joey Vola. No, I got to read it first. That's my copy. Joe donated it to the club, so I can read it and let our fans know out there what I think of the old Hustled and Gotten, and hopefully I'll be able to recommend it to y'all. I heard it's a interesting book with a few stories about Louie, and some other fictional type things to go along with it based on some stories, though. So that's just what I've heard a little bit, but I haven't got a chance to check it out much. So it'll be exciting to get to do that. Old Jody's finger banging it right now. And now we've got a bank shot coming to Joe's hole. Should be able to pocket this ball. And then two rail the two ball, I would guess. Can't remember, think of what else he might do from there. If he even needs it. This game's easier to commentate when you know the score and what hole the people are going to. When you don't, it's quite a bit of a guessing game. Sometimes I wonder if they know, though, so... Yeah, so we could see a two-railer with the cue ball coming back up table. I think he shot it. I think he shot it straight in Chad's hole, leaving Chad a nice little cross bank back to his hole with the cue ball going down to the chalk on the end rail at the center of the diamond. Yeah, those two-railers are nasty. You know, those pros hit them so good. You know, but you have to dig it in down by your opponent's hole, and it's when you make it in your opponent's hole like he just did, it makes you not want to shoot that shot. But it's a good shot to learn, and it's a good shot to play, and it comes up often. And it comes up at a lot of different angles in a lot of different ways. So I think you have to practice it and become good at it, and be willing to shoot it and shoot it into your hole. And that's going to scare him away, though, because he just, pocketed it. It's kind of like that shot where you're trying to bank it back to your hole off the end rail, and it's real thin and there's not much rail down there, and you pocket it in the corner pocket. Like you shot it straight in the pocket, basically. And it just, shoot. I can't do that at my own hole, but when you're trying to bank the ball, we generally don't cut it thin enough. Same thing when you're shooting that ball at your own hole. You generally don't cut it thin enough. Yeah, we all love DeLauder. I'd love to get him back down here. He was fun. We got some firepower in here tonight. Our clubhouse pro is here. We got the teacher here, Mark the Shark. The best one pocket player in the room is probably Jody. Man, we got four guys that could all play some. I don't know if... and a fifth guy that can all teach some. He may not quite be to these guys' level shooting anymore. He's got some old issues, but... Oh, DeLauder was disgusting. I loved watching him play, though, man. He taught us all a couple of things while I was here, and it was a lot of fun. It was a blast to watch him. And he was just I don't want to say a gentleman, but he put on a good show. And I enjoyed it. And he'd be welcome back here anytime. The 4-railers were unreal. The 12-railer, John's got it on clip here. I'll see if he'll throw it up here real quick. And hey, John.
Yeah.
Can you play that DeLauder 12-railer real fast?
Oh, God.
I didn't know if you had it real fast somewhere.
It's there somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know. If we can find it, John will throw it up. I don't know if you can find it or not, but yeah, like I said, the 2-railers were one thing, man, but the 4-railers at the level he was popping them were unbelievable. I mean, I'm not doubting that. He is fucking nuts, but like I said, I like them. I can imagine. I can only imagine why. I envision him about halfway through any night of drinking, being naked, running around whatever bar he's at. But he's entertainment. He's the kind of guy you like to see out somewhere as long as you're friends with him, but you definitely don't want to be the guy that he picks on, and you definitely don't want to be the guy responsible for him. Ooh, we got a break here. That's a pretty good break. Here's the problem. You 2-rail the 12 ball into like the 1-6, something like that, or off bottom of the 4 possibly, and you give a bank on the 7. That 7 ball's fat right there. You could come off the 7 ball, bringing it up table and putting the cue ball into the 4, but you risk giving up some banks on the 12. I mean, he's in a little shithole here. You could bank the 14, 13, and run the cue ball around 3 rails. That's a little dangerous. I don't know. Let's see what he comes up with, folks. You know, I just don't know. I don't know. Maybe, no. I'll say maybe if he cut. Yeah, I got that to that. That's not terrible. It's not great. But I see what he did. I mean, it's not great, though, now looking at it, because I think you cross the 12 and you run the cue ball right up into, like, the 3 ball. Yeah, he played a real conservative shot there. There were some exciting shots there. You could have crossed the 12 into the stack. You could have crossed and run the cue ball into the 3 ball. You could have ran the cue ball by it. You could have ran, I mean, boy, there was a lot of cool shots there, I think. I think he passed up an opportunity there. There was that little kind of combo, and he stuck the cue ball in the stack. Now, I've talked to me about the same side stack, stuff like that. Now, he did okay there because there's not a lot threatening, and because he does have a ball down here on his side a little bit. So he does have some protection. Now, I still don't love it, but he did just fine there. I mean, it's not terrible, I don't think. Joey got a nice little roll there off that ball. The old bank went straight into it. I don't see anything exciting. Oh, that 1-6. There we go. So the 1-6 off the 4 and the cue ball popped the 13 out. And definitely doesn't see it. Definitely interested in shooting it. That's okay. He hit that a nice, beautiful, controlled stop shot without having to do very much at all. Kept it simple and everything. Moved some balls to his side, opened some side up, gave up a bank. You know, leaving the cue ball out in the open like that, you know, it's just dangerous. Well, he's got a bank here off the end rail. He doesn't even see it. Oh, he's going to cut the 3, and I didn't even see it. Silly me. I did not see it. Cut it right in the hole. So if the 1 ball goes, he's off to the races. If he has to shoot the 15, then it gets interesting. But man, if he can shoot this 1 ball and get up to the center of the table-ish, where he can cut the 15 and come back for all these balls down low, game on. He's a little straight. But he should be able to get back. All he has to do is get back 6-8 inches to cut the 2. Yeah, he got it way over there. All right. So we're going to run with the 2 ball and try to leave on the end rail for the 7. Unless the 4 passes, which I don't. If the 4 passes, it's really nice. You know, he's a little close to the rail, so he took away a lot of his options for what he wants to do with this cue ball. You know, this ball's a little far enough away where you don't want to jack up if you don't have to. You'd like to just roll this ball in and take what you get. Which he did, and did nicely. Like I said, if the 4 ball goes, he could draw up into the 12 maybe, but it looks like it doesn't. He's drawing the 7. Oh, he got out of there. It looked like they were a little closer and he would have ran into it, but... So now we get to how many he needs. He's got 5, he needs 3. What 3 do we got? We got the 4. You put a power stroke on this, maybe get on this 6 ball. Not even really power stroke, but just put a good stroke on it. Get back up to where that chalk is. Right up there. And cut the 6 ball over. And then he can go all the way up table and get that strike ball up there, like in his break quadrant. Just like that. He didn't get the ball, but I like where he went with the cue ball. He did just fine. It would have been nice if we could have hung that ball at least. All right, so Mr. Joe, you're down 6 balls to 0. You I think they're even on games now. But you're down 6 balls to 0. He's going to bank this ball to his hole. This ball does go. This ball does go. And it did go. I don't know if the 11 goes. I doubt that 5-10 goes. Looks like it's going to the first diamond or just a ball in front of it. There's a 2-railer on this 6 ball. He's got plenty of rail to work with. I like the 2-railer on the 6 ball because I think it's fairly easy to control. Oh, wow. I don't know if he tried that or not, but I don't know. I don't know if that's what he tried or not, but that was an interesting little shot. But I think he left a great angle for Chad to bank this 6 ball. This is almost like a hanger, this ball. This shot's so easy. I mean, it literally is just like a hanger. I don't know why, but it is. It's just like it's so easy to see, and it's so easy to hit, and it's just a straight, there's just nothing to it, man. And Chad hit it good. And, that's one of them banks I get real frustrated when I don't drop it. But there we go. So now Chad will probably be back up a game. And we're going to move on to the next game, folks. So I think Ryan and Jody might be tuning each other up over on the bar table. I don't know if they're going to get into anything or not. If they are, we'll go split screen maybe, because that'll be a little high power little bar table game over there. If they're not, we'll just stick over here. I love a little one pocket. We haven't had any great one pocket in a little while. These guys seem to be battling it out quite nice. So Chad's going to put the rack on himself. Chad's playing with a Predator Q. And it's a really nice one. He got it 2010 at the Billiard Center in Cape Girardeau while I owned the place. A guy came up to me and asked me if I could sell his Q for him and told me what he wanted for it. I said, sure, I'd love to do it, man. Just kick me a few bucks if I do. And he said, I'd love to. Chad walked in, saw the Q, asked me about the Q. I told him what I knew. He said, make the guy this offer for me. I said, I'll do that. I told the guy what I'd found out. The guy just asked me if I could get him up a little bit, I think. I think they came to an agreement. Chad bought the Q. He's had it ever since. And it's a great Q. I think he did get a new shaft from me for it a couple years back. Fast Joey, I think he's playing with a Turbrock, if I remember correctly. I'm not positive. I think it's like a full splice Turbrock. Jerry makes some beautiful Qs. I've sold a lot of them. Played with two. My first 2 real custom Qs were both Turbrocks, and I played with them both each for a while. Chad got a nice tickle little pickle. 5 ball gets down into his hole. He's got blockers. Joey's going to bank this 12, probably run the cue ball into the stack, or he could kind of play the 1 off the 10 and put the cue ball underneath the 5. He did not play it off the 10, but he did put the cue underneath the 5 real nice like. And put Chad in a little bit of a predicament, although it's not impossible to get out of. I like banking the 12, like off the first diamond down there, so that it comes right at the 7 ball, and the cue ball goes down to the middle diamond on the end rail. Like that. That's exactly the way I would have hit it. Obviously, if he'd have cut it a cunt hair more, it would have came into that 7 ball so pretty like. However, it might have opened it up a little bit and gave him a chance at this 5 ball to get it out of there. But it also might have pocketed a ball or put the 5 ball closer. But yeah, he hit it good. All right, Mr. Joseph, I'm planning on keeping it here. Like I said, if they get rocking and rolling over there, we'll see what's up. But right now it looks like they're just practicing. And like I said, this is really interesting to see because these guys are both, like I said, 9-ball players. They're both rotation players. And they've both been playing one pocket now for a little bit, but it's not their specialty. And so it's fun to watch them progress and learn and grow as one pocket players. Like I said, I played, Chad and I were on the same team together for, I don't know, 5 years probably, and played a lot of 8-ball together on the bar box. When his game was always bar box 9-ball, was always kind of his specialty. And I say that only because I never saw him playing a big table because there's no big tables in St. Louis anywhere. One of the reasons why I built this place is there's no big table within 30 minutes of my house. I either have to drive out to Kenny's in Barnhart or to Q and Cushion in North County or Teachers in St. Peter's. I mean, no bueno. So I built this little place, and now I got a 9-footer 3 miles from my house. Exactly. I run here often. I'm running home tonight. And I love one pocket. That's all I like to play. I can't pocket balls. But so Chad and I grew up playing those games together. And apparently he was a decent big table player too. That's what he kind of, he's able to play on those fairly well as well. I just never got to see it very much. But he's never been much of a one pocket player. He banks good and he's got great cue ball control and he can run out. So he's obviously looks like he can play, but he just doesn't have the table time. He hasn't spent all the hours it takes to learn. There's just a million shots, and you got to play them all and see somebody play them and see how they play them and when they play them. One pocket's weird. It's not just you don't hit every shot the same, even if it's the same shot, depending on the score, depending on your opponent, depending on. There's a lot of factors in one pocket that don't exist in some other games. Yeah. I love Q and Cushion. I like those guys a lot, Craig and Chris, and I like Q and Cushion a lot, man. I'm a big fan, and we've worked well with those guys, and I love how it works. Like somebody got on me about trying to sell a Q at their place because that's what they do, and they kind of said, man, it's kind of better for us too. Like you're. Like I'd meet people at his place to sell them cues so they could try out the cues and stuff like that. But I also that's where I'll play and gamble if it's not here or Kenny's. And that's I refer to people whenever people come in St. Louis. I don't generally say, hey, you need to come to the Players Club. We're kind of a niche. We're a different kind of place. If somebody asked me where they should go and they come to St. Louis, I'd probably say Q and Cushion or Kenny's or I'm Teachers, and I haven't been to the Diamond nightclub. So I don't know anything about the place yet, although I know Chantel out there, and she's a fabulous person. So if she's involved in it, you can always go see her. But, yeah, we just have a little 2-room place. I have a 7-foot and a 9-foot diamond. They both got reclassed a month ago. We usually have a Cardinals game going on the TV, if not a Blues game when they're in season. And if not, I'm usually watching CNBC or stocks or if nobody's here, Bloomberg Market Asia or Europe in the middle of the night. Other than that, we watch a lot of Shark Tank, Naked and Afraid. Those are kind of my shows. Baseball, whatever might be on. Or we listen to music a lot. And then we've got sodas and snacks, candy, T-shirts, and stuff like that. And I sell a lot of cues and cases. I'm a dealer for JB Cases. And I have about 50 to 80 cues around at all times. You're all welcome here at any point in time. If you want to schedule a match, if you really want to play pool, it's better to do that. If you stop in, you never know when the tables will be open and things like that. Yep, Buddy's in on that place, but I'd say he's a small something or other involved in it. I think there's 5 owners from what I've heard out there, and I don't think Buddy's name's on anything, or I don't know exactly, but. So, yeah, I don't have anybody that does tips here, but AJ, Cue Ball's partner, comes here, a couple, 3 times a week, so he usually takes home, I collect shafts every week and give them to him, and he takes them home and puts them on and brings them back over the weekend. That's kind of the way we do it here. I'm going to get a lathe here, probably when I'm working on a little bigger spot, and if that happens, I'll definitely have a lathe here. I just don't have it yet. There's just not a lot of room here, and it just hasn't been a real priority, but I think we're going to have that settled, solved here soon. So working on that as well. So yeah, like I said, best thing to do is just schedule a match or call me and ask me to schedule one for you. And if anybody's out there and you would like a T-shirt, you can PayPal me the money, and I can either send it to you. You can come by and pick it up later. But we're always looking for donations or $10 or $20, however we can get it. T-shirts are all like $16 to $20. I can ship them for probably like $5 to most places. Or like I said, you can come by and get it, or you can just buy one for somebody. You can PayPal me $10 and buy everybody in the room a soda and make a bunch of friends that way. But, yep. Like I said, anybody but Cody. Cody's been so good to us. I'd feel guilty if he even sent me another $1 before I get to buy him dinner. And it's just a pleasure interacting with you. Yeah, Brady, we've been waiting for you to come check out this place, my friend. You're another one we'd like to see you set up a match with. We got some, there's 4 guys in here tonight that all play about a 10 level, Brady, and you're a little above most of them probably, but it would still be a way to match up, and I'm sure we could have some fun. I would like to see you play a little bit of One Pocket sometime, Mr. Behrman. We got Jody Zini, we got Ryan Hillsman, Chad Bickle, Fast Joe Evola, author Joe Evola of The Hustled and Gotten. We got his book here, and I could probably arrange to get a copy here for you if you wanted. But I think he usually carries a copy or 2 with him, or you can get it on Amazon from what I've heard. How big of shirts? I think I got a couple of triple XLs around here somewhere. I don't think I have a 4X. Cody, I'll give you one, though. You're not allowed to buy one. No. Cody Rasan. Joe, have you ever been to any of his tournaments up there?
Where?
He's in Quincy, I think.
No, but I plan on going soon.
Yeah?
I want to.
Cody, we're going to send our team up there to one of your tournaments up there here soon. So make sure you let us know when the next one is. We got some low A players, Fast Joey Vola and Jody Zini, Chad Bickle, and Ryan Hillsman. And, these are all like, decent players, man. But we'll send you up some guys that can play. You're not allowed to buy one, Cody. I'm going to give you one, though, sir. So, yeah, let us know when your next tournament is, Cody, so we can get it posted to our site in advance and make some plans to get up there. You got to have a Calcutta for me to come. Brady, have you been up to Cody's tournaments? You had to have. I know you had to have. Oh, no kidding. You stopped by here? Yeah, I'm not, I usually don't open until 5 o'clock. I've got I take care of my kids during the day, and I work for my brother a little bit during the day, and I run during the day, and I sometimes sleep during the day and trade stocks all day. So those are my day jobs. And then I come here every night around 5 or something like that. Cody, Brady, I'm shocked you haven't been up there. So Brady, you got to make it up there too. Cody runs some great stuff, man, and you guys would get along well. I'm telling you, I can't believe you haven't been up there yet. Cody, we need action, buddy. We need to know when your next tournaments are. Get them up here. We're going to get a group of guys up there, man. The Players Club's going to come explode on you. Yeah, so I don't, like I said, so I'm not generally here during the day. It just, if we get a little bigger spot, I might start opening up in the afternoon or something like that, but. Oh, no kidding? I didn't know you worked over here in St. Louis, Mike. I thought you were over in Illinois. I worked over in Illinois for quite a while. Over in O'Fallon. September. All right, Cody. Well, like I said, let us know, because I'm going to, I'll do my best to drag those guys up there. September's rough for me. It's number 1, my anniversary month. Number 2, I'm running a marathon on October 7th, and I'm going to be in deep training in September. So it'll be rough for me to get away. And number 3, I may be going to New Orleans for a couple days in September. And that's already going to be difficult enough, all that. But if it's early September, I will do everything I can to get there. If it's later September, it'll be really difficult. But I may still send a team of guys up there if I can't go. I'll get oh, all right. Yeah, well, like I said, if you guys ever want to plan it, man, I'd be more than happy to meet you all here. If you guys ever want to play something during the day, like I let people set up matches. I just can't plan on being here. There just isn't enough pool players to go around during the day like that. especially how small I am. And the other thing is I can't sit here for 15, 16 hours a day, unless I'm playing. You guys know me. I'll play for 40 hours. I never stop. But yeah, Mike, I drove by your place every day when I went. Not every day, but about 3 times a week. When I thought it was called the Lucky Rose on that road on the way to my bank. My bank is way on that, like 15 minutes out that road. From my hotel that I was running. I was running a hotel right behind that Steak and Shake off exit 14 or 16, right behind that Steak and Shake. There's a great big brick building. It was called the O'Fallon Suites, which is now like an old folks home. And then I also used to run the Regency Conference Center in Hilton Garden in there. And but the bank, was straight up that exit, like 15 minutes out there. I can't even remember the name of it, but they're the best people I've ever banked with in my life. The nicest ladies ever in the world. I need to go see them. Yeah, the Lucky Rose. I passed by there. I was going to stop in there for lunch a few times. But it seemed like it just never worked. And any time I tried, I just got, that hotel was just always nuts. It was for sale, and I was in the middle of a lot of projects, and I just never got to make it in there. Plus, I was afraid I would gamble, and I don't need any help doing that.
Always.
Oh yeah, when I was there, like I said, there was like 5 hotel row. Is what the police called it. We had kind of a lot of problems there, and they were always there. Dan, where's what? What are you referring to, buddy? I don't. My place is in Valley Park, Missouri, 141 and 44, next to Bobby's Place and the Axe House and a fabulous Thai restaurant. Oh, I got you, Mike. Yeah, food's. I've been in food service most of my life in hotels. That's how I came up. Actually, I started as a dishwasher, became a cook, became the catering chef for the Pasta House company. And I worked my way up at the Pasta House from dishwasher to cook to catering something or other to catering chef to catering manager to blah blah blah. Then I was a GM at a restaurant called CJ Muggs in Clayton, and then a banquet manager at a hotel called the Sheraton, and another Sheraton, and the Adams Mark, Marriott, Hilton, sales manager, general manager. I was a GM at a couple tournaments. Cody's tournaments are up in Quincy, Illinois. He'll pop us a something. I think it's Rack Daddies is where he runs tournaments out of. Swansea, Illinois. That's the swanky part of town. I've been over there. My wife worked for Regions Bank for like 10 years, and her boss and her boss's boss both live next door to each other in this really nice subdivision over in Swansea. So we were at a few house parties over there. I don't know how them swanky people are. Good part of Illinois. We had a lot of I did a lot of sales calls and stuff there when I was working in O'Fallon. I liked O'Fallon, Illinois too. It was okay. That whole 5 little borough, over there in Illinois, other than some of the crime and the I don't know the right words for it, but low economic status of some of the people over in that area. But it's kind of a cool area. I mean, there's a lot going on. It's just like some parts of St. Louis. Like there's an extreme amount of shopping and some cool shops and some cool places and lots of food places. There is some good food over there. It's a lot of crap food too. I mean, there's a lot of junk food over there. I mean, it's overwhelming with fast food places. But there are some good restaurants over there, and yeah, I'm a fan. I didn't mind it. I hated the drive, from there to here, but. Oh yeah, so when I was running the Hilton Garden Inn Regency Conference Center, about once a week or so, or once every so often, I had to sit through all these meetings about the hospital going in behind it, and it was a big development for us because it was so close to our property and probably would change our kind of model, having so many different people coming in as far as for rooms for medical reasons and things like that, and staying for family members and short-term stays and late last-minute arrivals, things like that. So it just kind of changes your sales kind of perspective. So yeah, it was when they first built that hotel, we were in the middle of a cornfield basically, and there's nothing anywhere near us, and so the hotel kind of struggled, and actually got sold, I believe, once or twice, and it went through a nasty little divorce thing while I was there, and it was just kind of like they just kind of extended it. But anyway, they had the foresight. It actually worked out well, and they built a hospital right behind them, and then now all of a sudden, there's all the ancillary buildings went up everywhere that are doctors' offices and rehab centers and everything associated with hospitals. So now the area has gotten even built up even more, and that hotel's sitting right in the middle of a pretty cool little district. Yep, there you go, Dan Walker and Brady Behrman. Cody Rasan, he is the man. He runs the tournaments in Quincy, Illinois at Rack Daddies. You need to go see him. I want you to go see him, and you better let me know. And if you don't know, you better ask somebody. You guys are too close to each other to not have seen each other ever.
He was in the movie. He's dead already, though. Guy that wrote Archie Bunker.
Mike, everything over there from pool rooms, and one of the reasons why I wouldn't do anything over there, despite, I've got a lot of contacts over there, and I can probably get something done over there, and I don't want to, and everything I've heard from every room owner over there and every pool player over there is that they don't want to pay for anything, and that it's difficult to get them to get anything accomplished. Now, I love the players over there, and they come over here, they're as generous as all get out, and I'm a big fan of everybody over in Illinois. But for some reason, they don't want to pay league fees, they don't want to pay table time while they're there for leagues, they don't want to pay... they just don't support, all the events in the pool rooms over there. A lot of rooms have closed over there. This business is a tough business, and you have to really, really work the business, and I don't believe that was always done, at some of these pool rooms. But, and that's why some of them have failed. However, these rooms should do a little bit better on their own without having, a room owner to constantly run 200 added and 500 added and 1,000 added tournaments on a weekly basis. People should want to come. They should want to come in and practice and get a little better and spend a little table time and spar with their friends and, and things like that. And I just don't think some rooms get quite enough of that, and there's also a lot of rooms that don't take care of their equipment. They don't take care of their places. They don't, these days people are looking for experiences too, and they just want more out of, something. You're just not good enough to build it, and here they come.
It'd be different if
Yeah, I've heard that, Mike, and I just don't. Like I said, that's one of the reasons I haven't done anything over there. We came over there and did a few little things, but there you go, Cody. You made some new friends, buddy. I'm gonna pack that place.
But that's the problem. They're not trying to do something for them.
But I want to see you all come over here, and like I said, I can always drum up a player. We got a couple guys that can bang the balls around over here. They can play a little bit. I've also got players that are absolutely horrible, like myself, not afraid to play a little bit. You're not going to walk in here and steal any money. I'll never be able to tell you that, and I promise you I won't set you up in a match where you're getting dead robbed. If you walk in here and tell me you don't know how you play and you don't know how to match up, you are going to get stuck on somebody you're probably not liking. If you want to walk in here and really tell me how you play and how you want to play and what you're looking to do, I will do my best to get you as close as humanly possible. Like I said, you're not going to walk in here and steal. I know who most people are, or we'll find out who you are, and if you don't want to tell me who you are, you're just not going to get action. So...
That's a problem. There wasn't enough jerking off.
Yeah, Mike, I don't know. Like I said, I'd be open to putting one of these places over there at some point in time, especially with the gaming machines and stuff. But I just couldn't, vision working it. I would need, somebody... somebody had to be over there that wanted to play and be there all the time. That could drive the business and do other things. Like this place doesn't really make any money, and there's no way I could pay somebody any money. They'd have to want to trade like table time, and they'd have to be. I mean, it'd just be so difficult and a lot of risk for no reward really. And that's kind of what I'm doing here, other than all the benefits I get out of it. I just try to stay afloat. You know, that's it. So, hopefully when we get a little bigger spot, we'll make a little bit more money. Like I said, I charge $1 for soda, $1 for candy and snacks and things like that. And, we got the 2 tables, and I sell a lot of cues and cases, but I was always doing that, and I keep that separate kind of from this place. So this place generally breaks even, and yes, my company does still make money on cues and cases, and that's how we grow the company. And we're still trying to grow big enough to where we can start doing some shows out of state and things like that. I have about 50 to 70 cues at all times. I think right now I'm closer to the, I don't know where I'm at. I'm somewhere in that range. I usually have 30 to 50 cases at all times, though. Right now I only have about 10. I've got 50 on the way. I heard 25 are being shipped any day, and the other 25 coming in behind those. And I hate running out of them, but it happens. Like I said, we got more coming. It really is, It's it is a tough business, and it's not for the faint of heart. And it's it's tough on my family. And so I said I wasn't going to do this until my kids were a little older and they were kind of tired of me. But I also just didn't feel like running the hotel scene anymore there for a little while. I just I've been doing it a long time, and I can always go back to it if I wanted to, but I kind of wanted a break. And so the chance to keep my kids out of daycare and save money that way and kind of grow my company a little bit on the side and open up a little place close to my house that I can play and this and this and that. Yeah, and, yeah, so, I mean, that's why I did it. Brady, who can you play here? I don't know if there's too many people around here that you play even anymore, you big 730 you. It sounds like you're right behind Mr. Andy Quinn. But I might be able to drag Johnny out here to play you. I could probably get, Kevin Karen might play a little bit on a bar table, or a big table. I don't know. I might be able to drag him in here. I got Brian Daniels, my friend, might come down and play a little. Sam Devers might play a little if he's around. These other guys would all need a little spot. Those guys might even need a little spot, you big 730 you. But, yeah, I mean, shoot. We always got guys here willing to play. Ryan Hillsman's in here, kind of often just jerking around. But, he likes to play. He gets a spot from Jody. He gets a spot from, I think he plays close to Joe and Chad right here. Jody's probably a hair above all these guys, but not by much. But, he definitely is a ball above them all in one pocket. But rotation pool, they all might even beat him playing rotation pool right now. Jody's just not playing enough pool. But like I said, Brady, all the guys around here you could play. I mean, I don't have anybody in my back pocket you don't know. You and Devin could meet here. It's about halfway, maybe. Palazola hasn't been here yet, the turd. We've talked, but he hasn't made it here yet. The other guys, Dave Powell, used to come in here quite a bit. He hasn't been in here in just a little while. I know he started at a new job. So he hasn't been here in a while. Mike Malter hasn't been here in a long time. My buddy, I'm missing quite a lot. He was my sparring partner for a long time. Disappeared on me like a fart in the wind. Hoping he comes back around soon. If anybody sees my Illinois friend, Mr. Malter. And Biscuit hasn't been here in quite some time. Who else, man? We get quite a few Illinois guys over here. It's really not that hard to get here because you can take 270 all the way around, or you can shoot 44. It's pretty easy driving 44 always. So we get some Illinois boys over here. Obviously, Justin, Mr. Bergman. We're going to drag him in here soon. Brady, I'll play you. We'll see where you're at with a little one hole. We'll learn you a little bit. Develop that game of yours. Get you to the pro that you're supposed to be. Matt Miller used to come in here. Your friendly rapist from Illinois. We should have built the wall. Kept them on the other side.
Man, listen, what's your bank account? He's calm.
I got a hitter from behind.
I hit Judge Judy and
Hit her face.
The one that he's after right now.
Oh, Lord.
She's hot. She's with that. Make sure you share that on Facebook. No, you don't fact check it before you share it.
Oh, I keep forgetting Mark the Shark's in here too. Guy knows a lot about one pocket. Says he can't shoot anymore. Occasionally, though, he's been caught making a ball. Yeah, I've asked Andy to come in here and play, and he kind of tells me he has no interest in playing. I don't know if he just... I know he has a lot of allegiances to teachers, and they've taken great care of him. They've named a table after him. There's actually tables of teachers called the Quinn and the Bergman. It's pretty nice, pretty cool gesture towards those guys, you know. So, yeah, I haven't got a chance to get him in here yet. I was really hoping to set up some kind of exhibition with him and Chuck or something along those lines. I actually really had another game in mind that I tried to put together, and I just haven't been able to make it happen. But, yeah, I'd love to get Andy in here, too. It's a shame, you know, he's such... I'd love to have him.
I'm telling you, it's the strongest shit ever. Yeah.
Johnny Neals has been down here, the great Johnny Neals from Hillsboro, Missouri. If you guys haven't visited Hillsboro Billiards, there's always good action there, and Johnny will pretty much play anybody, so if you're looking for a game, it isn't hard to get him up. He plays awful good, and if you want to give him a spot as a pro, he will take it, and he will play you. You can't give him a whole lot. If he's playing good, the guy plays good. He's not a pro, he's just a shortstop, if you will. But Johnny can hold his own, and certainly play some good pool. I don't know. St. Louis is a little funny. The all the better players, like, they're kind of like hidden gems. They don't you don't hear about him a whole lot. Other than, I mean, you hear Andy's name a lot, but not necessarily because he's like out, you know, crushing tournaments, things like that. But you know, the Arizona J, you know, Kip Esteep and Kevin Karen and Johnny Neals, Kenny Vaughn, Jerry Turbrock, you know, Rich Sager, you know, Danny Hill. I'm leaving all kinds of guys out. I don't even know who they all are. I'm just saying that St. Louis, the better players, aren't necessarily like out there running tournaments and things like that around. You know, they don't. You know, I think a lot of these young guys that are traveling now, Joey Volas and Josh Palazzolas and these kind of guys, it's awesome. You guys are out there doing it and picking up the slack. You know, Drake Niepater was out doing a lot, running some big tournaments when he was playing quite a bit. You know, he was out there representing, but you know, he moved to New York and moved on with his life a little bit. You know, Shriek Saeed was here, and he was doing kind of well in some tournaments for a while when he was here playing for Lindenwood. You know, and we got Brett Allen Snowden out there, but he's not quite that level of player that anybody's really wanting to watch yet. No offense, Brett, but I'm awfully proud of your accomplishments cashing in these last couple tournaments, but, you know, you're just not quite to that level yet of people wanting to, you know, really see you play yet. But I appreciate your passion and glad you're out there representing St. Louis and still getting up there for us and trying your damnedest.
I may have to go back and watch the Super Bowl on people.
Yeah, Andreas Madsen, he's been out there running some tournaments. It's hard for me to consider a couple of these Linden guys really St. Louis guys. They're generally just not here very long, and they're not from here, and they don't stay here, And to be honest with you, like, I'm not out as much, so I don't even. I'm not really completely up to date with all the best players. I mean, there's other guys around here too that play awful good pool that I didn't even say. Nick Evans. Some other guys out in St. Charles that I just, like I said, I just don't keep up with. There's a guy out there I've never seen really play any pool at all. Jeremy Lederer, I think his name is. I heard he's awful good. I just really have hardly ever seen him play pool, if ever. Yeah, Madsen went for like $800 up in Indianapolis at that big tournament, and that was a lot of money to go for. I want to say it was like more than Chuck Ralston went for. Chuck's a hell of a player. Chuck's beaten Justin, I think, the last 3 times they've played now in tournaments. Poplar Bluff just took him out in Olathe. I think he got him one time right before that. I think Chuck's got his life in a point right now where he's able to do what he wants to do. He's got a beautiful wife he loves. And I know he lost some family members, kind of back to back. But he's such a good guy, and I know family means a lot to him. And I think he's doing pretty well. I think he's in a good spot. Maybe he's going to start playing quite a bit of pool. I'd love to see him break out again. And he's uber talented, especially on a bar box. And I know he loves the game, and I'd love to see him playing some more. I've bought Chuck quite a few times in quite a few places and made some good money on him. A funny story, when the break was open at one of those Midwest 9-ball tournaments, I bet on him like in he's like 4 matches away from the finals, and I bet on him playing somebody and he wins. So then he has to play a better player, somebody like, I can't remember who it was. And he wins. And then he has to play like Chris Bartram. And I'm like, well, yeah, I guess I'll take it. I was betting the same guy, so I bet on him again, and he wins again. And then he beats the next guy, wins the tournament, basically. And so I win, like, 4 $20 bets in a row on him, something like that. Off Daniel Hill, my buddy. Not Danny Hill, my running buddy, Daniel Hill. And then I want to say, like, I get out to Hillsboro, and Chris Bartram's out there, and he starts talking about how he would give Chuck weight. And he says he'd give Chuck the 7-ball on the bar table. And I said, if you're serious, I'm going to call him and make him come up here. And he said, well, yeah, he can have it. So I tried to drag Chuck up here, and Chuck said I could only bet 1,000 at the time, and Chuck's like, man, it's tough to come up with, just a few $100, man. I drive all the way back up there, and and I'm like, hey, dude, I get it. So anyway, we couldn't get the game together, and then I think Chris came back to me a little while later and said, I'm glad I didn't give that to him. I don't think I could give that to him. He goes, he's a good player. So that's awful tough, man. I mean, the 7-ball doesn't mean a whole lot, but Chuck isn't the kind of guy you have to beat even. I mean, he took Shane Van Boning down at that Poplar Bluff tournament like 21-13 or something like that. And some people say that Shane's best game in the world is bar box 8-ball, and Chuck just put it on him. I've seen Chuck run out enough sets to know that just nobody has to beat him on a bar table. You just don't have to. I mean, I'm definitely betting the farm on Skylar. Probably betting the farm on man, I don't know, but Chuck Ralston, Poplar Bluff. You just don't have to beat the guy, especially if you want to play within 4 hours of Poplar Bluff. You catch him in places like Memphis and Nashville and St. Louis. Latha, he's a brutal man to play. He's like a 700, 710 Fargo, something like that maybe. But I'm just saying, man, he's got a gear on a bar table that'll scare you. It's not something you can just outrun in short races against him because he can run whole sets out. He's got that kind of firepower. It's weird though. Chuck doesn't have the best reputation gambling. He's been kind of known to, I don't want to say dog it, but not get the money when he's gambling. I watched him play Gary Lutman a couple times, giving him like the 8-ball, which I thought he should be able to do, and he didn't get there. I staked him to play Andy Craig, and Andy Craig looked phenomenal at the pool table and just beat Chuck up. I mean, Andy was, breaking and running, I bet you, I think they played like a race to 25. I bet you Andy broke and ran like 7 or 8 racks, 9 racks. I don't think Chuck ran 2, playing on a big table. And here's the thing that looks weird. Like, Andy looked like a pro at the table. He looked like Shane Van Boening. He was making a lot of one-rail position back to the middle of the table. And it was a constant break. Cue ball in the middle of the table and made a ball every break. He got a shot at the 1 ball every break. And if he didn't, he had a safety. And, he'd break and run a rack. And then he'd break and win the next game. And then he'd break and, play safe. And then he'd win that game. And then, he was winning 3 games to Chuck's 1. And then when Chuck would win a game, he'd break kind of, not as controlled, and then he wouldn't have shots all the time. And if he did, he was making wild runouts. And so when you watch somebody like that, they look wild, they look incredible. They're making these wild, crazy runouts from everywhere, and you think they're amazing. And the other guy looks like, man, this isn't really fair. All this guy does is shoot balls straight in the whole time. Chuck's having to kick and bank and run all over the place, and it's like, yeah, that guy tamed the game. Andy Craig tamed the game, man, and beat the game. Chuck was struggling and fighting it the whole way. But you get Chuck on a bar table and he gets his breakdown a little bit, man, it's going to be a long night for you because he might not stop running racks, until whatever the race is over with, 7 or 9 or 11 or whatever it might be. Yeah. Yeah, Joseph, he can do that to you. Down there, Chuck's record is impeccable. So, he designed this tournament format down there. You've probably seen by now if you've played down there. And it goes from like a D or a C minus or something like that all the way to a AAA plus. That's the way the chart reads, the printed charts. Okay, and so just call Chuck a AAA plus. And the Joe Wolford used to be like triple A's or double A's. A single A player would be kind of like what you're watching right here. Although these guys probably may have reached the double A status at that point. What do you need? Yeah, what do you need? Yeah, give me just a second, guys.
It was a lot of fun to watch, guys. It was a lot of fun to watch.
Started off, they were alright. My contact league, then they were alright for a little bit, but it lasted about half an hour both set. And I split them set.
You know you were here? That was a lot of fun back there, telling stories.
You leave it?
Why?
Get up to work.
Oh, you got work tomorrow? I did.
There you go. It's late, but I don't feel like getting another sling.
I got you. Wanna play Saturday, maybe?
I don't know. Maybe.
Friday? Sunday?
I can't play Friday, but I can do something
Good day.
Saturday.
Get you a partner. Find you a partner.
Find you a partner. All right.
Seriously, find you a partner. We got a partner's game.
Who, you and Brian? First whoever I pick?
I mean,
Yeah.
all because I'm not shooting. You know, I mean, if I.
That's fine. We can match it up.
I've been in
No
those.
kind of fun.
No, I understand. Yeah, I know.
Step on his shoes and ruin his whole fucking night. We'll be fucking freaking out. He's not one of these fucking-
Fucking not shooting good, then all of a sudden everything.
You can pick
Now you're
anybody besides him within a 20-mile
You
radius.
think you're shooting
No
right,
coach.
you're the wrong, and you know, it's like.
Right?
Amy lives 25 miles away.
I don't wish it was better.
Anybody else?
Uh-huh.
Play partners, 9 ball and 1 pocket.
Yeah, John's here.
You can tell times are fucking changed.
John's here. Jody's here. Joey Vola's here. Mark the Shark's here. Chad's here. Ryan's here. Big Daddy Me is here. I don't know what's going to go on next, guys. Ryan's hitting some balls. We'll see what happens here. Give me a few minutes, and I'll let you know if I hear.
I was like 21. They carded me 4 times in front of the
Fuck.
stadium.
Every time we took you somewhere, you got carded. I remember the time Mark gets us out of fucking wild country, and the fucking Secret Service come flying out of the ceiling. And fuck,
They kicked us out because we weren't 21.
I know.
I think the only thing that keeps me from getting carded now is all this fucking gray hair, dude. You know, like, they still don't double check. Ah, yeah, that's
They
enough
kicked
gray.
us out. We were there for the Golden Gloves or whatever the fuck it was. And we did something where you could buy like a raffle ticket. And you got to play one of the house pros and pull it. It was me, him, Rich Poland, John P, and Sweater Dave. And Sweater Dave. And we were partnered with like a Bud Girl or something. Like that was the catch. And me and John P. Yeah. Me and John P were like 19. We just started fucking drinking. In cahoots.
I don't know if I told you, Jody. I was still on the street about 4 years ago. I get a call for 2 suspicious white men sitting in a right about 3400 block. Right on the other
Just the
side
other
of the
side?
range.
On the north side or east side?
It was on our side. Just east. About 2 blocks east of the range.
It's on there as soon as the stream
Okay.
gets posted. Talking about the video from the play. Did you turn this?
Run the play. AP, PJ, finish. We're doing a fucking reconstruction. Whatever the fuck you call it, rehab.
Rehab.
Some fucking house there. But man, you guys need to get your fucking work done. Get on out of here. No, this is only legit.
Yeah.
Right.
Seriously, he gets a pretty good job.
Yeah, I can believe it. I mean, it's a fish. A little shady.
What's he doing?
He's a speechwriter for fucking governor.
He had time.
9-8, right before you go.
9-8
So what time you gonna
late.
get weight out of me?
There's some guys barking out there. I don't know what games are getting down, but they're talking. And
Well, we can do a couple shots. You wanna play?
JB 9 Ball, I don't know who you are or where you are.
I'll take it.
So I don't know if you're within 25 miles or not.
We can play by the game. Call it.
I don't know. I don't know how late we're all staying.
Fuck this coin, you're not.
You know, if Snodgrass gets here, he may be the latest one here. If Perky's here, Perky will usually leave around 12 or 1. He works. I'm probably going to leave by 12. I have to run home. Snodgrass may stay later. He may not. So it's just kind of a question. We'll see what happens. I can't. I don't ever want to promise anybody because, like I said, if there's 4 people in here playing, I'm not kicking people out. Don't get me wrong. We're gonna stay. If there's one person in here and people are just kind of him-hawing, I'm not just gonna sit here and chat. I'm gonna go ahead and take off. So that's kind of what it is. If you got a game, get it rocking. Oh, maybe are you within 25 miles? I don't know. You gotta be close. Probably say it was closer to. I don't know. Jody, is Granite City 25 miles from here? I think it's closer to 30, would be my guess.
Nah. Only 12 miles to downtown, and it's right on the other side.
Not bad.
You cross Martin Luther King Bridge.
Yeah.
How far is downtown? 5 miles.
Hey, Snodgrass, tell John he wants to play him.
Fuck Snodgrass.
Yep.
Tell him to bring up some fucking spring rolls or some shit.
He said bring up some spring rolls.
No, not spring rolls.
John, do you want to play Mike tonight?
You want to play Mike?
10, 15? 10, 20? He doesn't know. He's thinking. He said we could play a set. Oh, what do we have here? I don't know if these guys are banging balls or gambling, but we got Jody and Clubhouse Pro Ride Dog.
Everybody's got problems. Yeah.
All right, guys, we do have action. These guys are playing. I thought they might just be messing around, but looks like they are playing. So we got action. More one pocket action. Rydog, our clubhouse pro here, is getting 9-8 from Jody Zini, the guy that built this place. Well, he helped me build it anyway. He showed me how to cut the carpet squares. He showed me how to fix the ceiling tiles. He showed me how to do a lot of stuff. He got me the paint donated from another pool player around St. Louis, which I appreciated very much. You know, he doesn't want to take credit for all the sloppy, shitty work that I did in here, but I want to give him credit for the effort that he put forth in helping me accomplish this sloppy, shitty work that I did. So, yeah, he helped me out a ton. He did some electrical little thingamabobbers for me, and just generally was there to support me doing a lot of little stuff. So can't thank him ever enough. Rydog is in here quite a bit playing pool. He'll play anybody that comes in the building. He doesn't care who it is or what it is. He'll work out a game with you if he can. He just likes to play a little and gamble a little cheap. And I think he's got a corporation formed, brother-in-law Ron and a few other people, so it's not a big deal for him to play cheap. So if you're wanting to come in and play some, this guy will bang the balls with you. I can usually find somebody that can hold their cue to come in and play. We don't have champions around here, so if you're wanting to stop in here and steal, this just isn't the place. If you're wanting to bet for thousands, this probably isn't the place. That's just not what we do here. We call this a learning facility. It's mostly meant for practicing, for getting better, for sparring, for a place to play without all the distractions. Pool players aren't generally big drinkers, is what I found out at bars. So, and actually I think a lot of us prefer to not be around drunks. So this isn't a bar. We don't serve alcohol. There is a liquor store in our parking lot. There's also an axe house in our parking lot and a few other things, if you catch my drift. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not looking for, 10 people to go to the liquor store and come in here and get smashed all night long. And, that's not what we do here, But there are some pool players that like to have a beer when they play, and that's okay. We have no problem. But we usually have a Cardinals game on or something fun on the TV. If not, we have a little music going. And I buy and sell pool cues and T-shirts, and I'm a dealer for JB cases, and I'm a dealer for just about anything. I can get just about any cue you like. And more than happy to at any time. So I love to talk pool, pro pool, amateur pool. I also like to talk about stocks. I prefer not to talk about politics or religion, although I'm capable. Occasionally we spat, fight here like any family does, but we have a good mixture of liberals and conservatives around here. Ryan's smiling a little bit.
I know, there was a whole bunch of close ones.
Yeah.
We got a kick at the stack. It wasn't dead. He sold out. And here we go. Ryan's about to go off. Ryan's an exciting player. He's fun to watch. He definitely is always going to be looking to get the next ball. He's got a little bit of firepower. He is good at moving the cue ball. I'd say if anything that hurts him is he will occasionally sell out at risk of getting balls. And I think he's got a pretty good judgment of when to go and when not to go. So he's a good player. He's fun to watch. I really enjoy it. I don't really know what makes him, fall a little below guys like Jody in that. But, Jody just plays real good too. I guess maybe Jody knows a few more shots and he shoots, about as good. It's an exciting little match. That's real tough for Jody to give Ryan weight. Ryan can play a little. Now Justin gives Ryan, believe it or not, 13-5. So you think my 18-4 is bad? This kid gets 13-5 from Justin that just ran all them fucking balls. And Mr. Belovich, I have AJ do all my stuff, AJ and Cue Ball, so that they've done all my stuff for me. So if you ever need something done, I'm happy to pass it on. If you bring it here like on a Friday, usually AJ will be here and he'll bring it back on a Saturday or Sunday usually. Doug Patrick's right over there next to you now, though, Belovich. I would go to him. Actually, he's right there in Granite City now. I think he opened up a place over there. No reason not to go to that guy.
Oh, God.
So, Ryan ran out on his ass, and we're going to move on to the next game. It looks like it's going to be Jody's break wearing the Smith & Wesson Firearms t-shirt. He's an advocate of the old guns. Specifically, I know he's a Smith & Wesson fan. Oh, he gave me his book.
You can hire it, just kind of like nurse it. I know we were talking about that, Ray.
Still ain't.
Rails into the stack. Or you can break
Oh, he puts that straight pull brake on you?
boy.
That turned out as planned.
Phone calls are supposed to be Friday, so it acts like a spring again. Straight back. Then you take your chances. Yeah, I mean, I tell you what, it put a little heat on it. Put some heat on it. Put that at very steady for housing. Blame people and give it weight.
He's trying all kinds of shit. I mean, for a while there.
Yeah, there's in a way, man.
There was one pocket, like, somebody started doing that one day, straight pull brake. Off the phone. Goes back in the day. Like, three different
You should welcome that. That's only done on 5x10. And which is no
That just draws the
advantage.
game out.
No
It's like
advantage.
you're just waiting for some, because, you know, more times than not, they put 3 innings in.
Yeah.
Right from this side, call that as my pocket.
Oh, you
They
could.
kick at it.
But
Take a foul.
but no, it's not fine.
Well, I've heard it is and I've heard it isn't.
There's some, yeah.
A good one pocket player will beg you to break that.
You hit it good, man. It fucking turns out nice.
Rough. People aren't used to trying to get out of that.
Well, it ends up like that if you hit it real good.
Yeah.
Throw a couple balls over, you know, those two
Oh, yeah.
balls in the corner.
Come out. You gotta dig your people.
Right.
That's inside it. That's inside.
Yeah, you're right.
Like it's speed.
Tickle.
I was aiming for it.
Tickle.
Huh? Get any on you?
See ya.
Hey, Chad.
You wanna play Saturday?
Saturday. Pool tomorrow.
Saturday night.
Oh, Saturday I'm going bowling.
Challenge them all while they're here, Ryan. Don't let them get out of here.
I would like to play Saturday.
There we go. You got it, guys. Ryan Hillsman's looking for a match Saturday. So, Jerry Belovich, are you coming over?
Just four
Brady Behrman, where are you at?
I just
Rydog wants a piece of you guys. Come and get it, he says. He's going to ask for a spot probably, but he still wants you to come and try some. John Perky will not be here Saturday. I will be here Saturday. I don't know if Jody will be around or not. Mark the Shark, you never know. But Saturdays are usually a very good time around here. And I think we already had a match set up. I I got to relook at that one. Same thing with tomorrow night. Doug's not ready to do tips yet. Tell that old fart to get ready. God bless.
Wrong side, Ricky.
Yeah, like I said, you're more than welcome to bring it here, Jerry, Friday. And I'm happy to pass it on to AJ and get it back to you. That's about the best solution I can give you. Kenny's got a lathe out at Kenny's now. I'm sure he'd be willing to do it for you if you wanted to run out to Kenny's in one day. No, Ryan's getting 9.8 from Jody.
See the 3-ball combination of the ball throws on the second diamond?
Jody's the Smith & Wesson guy right there. Rye is our clubhouse pro. Not that he's pro by any stretch. He's just what we call our clubhouse pro here because he's our ready, willing, and able player. He's not scared. So we'll see if Mr. Zini can get back in the race here. He's down one game. Look at that. Fired a ball and came out, punched the 8 out, got position. He's going to shoot the 6 and look to go in between the 9 and 3 so that the 15 will come down for position. He didn't quite get what he wanted. He's not happy about it. I don't know what you could see here. You know, you could bank this 8 ball like dead straight ahead over to your side, putting the cue ball on the side rail maybe, but protecting the 15. I don't know that it's worth the things that can go wrong that way. So he elected not to and put his ball down here. So he's up 6 balls to 3 it looks like. Down one game. See, Jody's a little easier for me to commentate for because he plays a very classical style of one pocket. He plays a lot like I play. We both have played with a lot of the same players. And it's easy for me to tell what he's going to do from where he is. He's banking this ball to his hole and trying to run into that ball up by the side pocket. We're running down there. I don't know about that. I don't think I would have ran all the way down there. I don't know if he tried because there are some shots there. Rodney Gailey just walked into the house with his daughter. I don't remember his beautiful daughter's name. He's got 2. And I just can't remember their names. One's like Kaylee and the other one's something else. They're both amazing kids, man. He's so proud of them. And he loves telling stories about them. And I love hearing them. And as the little girls come in here, and they're just as professional and as humble as they can be.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'd be awful proud of them.
Where'd you see him at?
So anyway, like I was saying, it's easier for me to commentate on Jody because I just kind of have a good idea of what he's trying to do and how and everything like that. I don't know about this. Oof. Got away with it. Well, not necessarily away with it, but he didn't want that ball to fall. You know, Ryan, it's harder for me to tell what he's going to do with the cue ball a lot because he's willing to let the cue ball go a whole lot more. And because, you know, he'll spin the ball more. He'll do a little, I don't know, just a little bit more difficult to tell exactly what he's going to do. You know, I expect this ball to end up by the 8 ball. You know, I mean, like I said, it's easier for me to tell what Jody's going to do. It just is. You know, and you know, Ryan, I don't always know.
Yeah, I like rail first.
We had to go to
Spin, but then.
a buddy of mine's out of town for a week, so we drove out to Hillsboro and let the puppy dogs out.
So how do you get from Hillsboro to
So
here?
you're making really
We
fast,
just come back
right?
down there and eat.
And then it doesn't look right.
Don't you go about that?
Oh,
It don't look
Yeah.
right.
I know, it's stupid driving, it's so.
I don't know what might be here.
It's
Maybe just a little thin off the 15 or something like that, but I don't really like it. I don't like anything down here, to be honest with you. Okay, he 3-railed it, and he hit it really well. Wow, and dumped the 9 ball. I like that. That was a good shot. I didn't really see it. But he hit it, and he hit it pretty good. He's got Ryan jacking up on his cue now, which is always a good sign. You know you hit a good shot if you can get your opponent to do that. He may get a bank shot out of this, but he may not. So the balls were lying funny. He could bank the 2-ball, but he could risk giving up a shot. He decides to just play a nothing shot, and it's going to cost him. He really did not take his time. He got straight down and punched the ball. Didn't put any thought into it, and he's going to pay for it. That was a poorly thought out and poorly executed shot. He left Ryan a very good bank shot, which Ryan hit pretty sporty. It did not drop as he hit the rails on the way in. But he's still shooting, and he's going to be banking this 9-ball to his hole next while he's down 6-4. Shouldn't be that way, though. Jody really put him in a bad sequence right here, and lucky it only cost him a ball. It was a bad sequence. That was just he was talking and got distracted, and it could have been a mistake. A bad one. So this ball should end up by his side pocket. I don't think he's really shooting this at his hole. I'm surprised he didn't try to put it over near his side pocket, though, as he already has a couple balls over there. I think the side pocket area would have provided him a possibility of getting a bank shot out of this, where now I don't think he's going to get one in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, and he didn't, but he could have given up one there. So let's see what old Jody comes up with here. I don't see anything really cool. I mean, if he really wants to cut this ball to his hole and get a little greedy, he can. Now we got a 2-reeler coming to his hole. So here we go. We were talking about this earlier. So Joey Vola hit this shot straight into his opponent's hole. You got to dig this ball, and it's got to go all the way down, about 2 inches from the titty down there to get to your hole. If you don't get it all the way down there, this ball will almost reverse on you. There it is high, and he still made it, or got real close. No, it ended up high. So like I said, he was about 3 inches high, and it ended up just about a hair high. That's how close you got to dig it in down there to actually get that ball to go. Yeah. So, like I said, he hit that ball really well in about just a half ball. And that's why I said Joe hit the exact same shot, but made it in his opponent's pocket. And literally the difference between the two is like a millimeter where you're striking the ball. So, yeah, that's crazy. So Jody pockets the first one. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and dump Ryan's ball. And Jody's going to be up 7-5 with 3 balls in the table. Jody needs 1. Ryan needs them all. Ryan's going to pocket a ball, therefore getting it in play. Jody's going to cross that back down to where the 15 ball is, put in the cue ball on the end rail. Like I said, this is pretty easy to run through here. This isn't very crazy one pocket going on right now. Right Dog might bank this ball. You got to get that ball a little farther. He did take care of that cue ball, leaving it on the end rail, but Ryan is banking this ball to his hole. And he hit it at a good angle, just not enough speed. More speed, that ball might have held on and been reeling. Wow, that ball really still ended up in front of the hole. A little more speed, though, and it might have held on a little better. So Ryan's not going to be able to bank this 15 as Jody kicked the 3 over near his side pocket. Jody may end up, this is a little trap here. Jody may end up a shot out of this. Ryan's got to be real careful here because that 15 can 1 or 2 rail to Jody's hole. And this 3 ball, you've got to put it in a place where that can't happen. Now Ryan did real well. Holy smokers. I'd like to see that shot again. And then Jody back with another one, but he gave up a bank. Put the old high karate on it and doubled it up. But this 15 ball's coming back to Ryan's hole here. You got to let this cue ball go a little bit, though, and leave it over by the side pocket to make the shot, though. So there is a scratch in play here, although not likely. But there's a bigger risk is the cross bank that you can give up. Now, Ryan hit this really good, but let's see. Yeah, he made it. So like I said, look how open that cue ball is. So you leave that ball a foot short, and that's going to be a good little bank to your opponent's hole. You leave that ball off the end rail, and it's going to your opponent's hole. I mean, there's a lot of ways. You better hit that ball good. And you got to be willing to go all at it, because if you don't, that ball doesn't get close. The only other way you can bank that ball is you just bank it straight to your end rail on the first time and then leave it there, freezing the cue ball to the side rail on purpose so that you're basically playing a 2-way. But Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. That's the old Mike Wills shot. It's the Mike Wills shot. If anybody doesn't know the history on that, when we opened this place, Mike Wills and I got in some epic battles, races to like 6 or 7 or something like that, one pocket, and so Mike's hit several of them 2-railers on me, and I hit 2 famous ones back on him, both to win some big sets.
Like fast Joe.
Yeah. Dang it.
Check, check. Yeah, so one of them I 2-rail, and there's a ball about an inch above the spot, maybe 2 inches above the spot. And I 2-rail that same shot like he just hit. The ball comes back down the middle of the table, goes off the ball. I need 1, he needs 2. It goes off the ball in the middle of the table. 1 goes in his hole, 1 goes in my hole, and I win. And then the next time we play, similar situation, except there's only 1 ball on the table, and I 2-rail it to my hole just like that. And I jerk the cue ball with a lot of low English off the side rail, and it comes straight back across the table. And that ball 2-rails and is going towards my hole, and so is the cue ball, and it meets the cue balls right near the pocket, and the cue ball bumps it in the pocket. I win. It was nuts, but happened twice to the same poor guy, and I took down 2 big sets because of it. Well, Brian is running out, and he's got a little bit of firepower. Ooh, that cost him. I wonder if this 11 goes off the 1. You know, I don't know. It's worth looking at though, because you might be able to run the cue ball right into the 3 ball with some speed. I don't know. The 1 ball might be sitting a little bit high, but not anymore. Jody will be cutting this 6 ball and trying to play position on the 13 or the 8, or the 1 if it goes. I think he's going to try to go right through the 9 and 13. I would think, with a lot of little right-hand spin right there through there, beautifully. I don't know if the 1 goes or not. I would think the 8 goes. If not, the 13 does for sure. We'll find out. But I liked him. I talked about this earlier. I like him to get at least 4 here, and probably 5, and possible, all that he needs. And earlier when I said that about Chad, he needed to get 4 there, and he only got like 1. That's what I'm going to tell you. Jody's just a little bit above these guys. He's not going to miss quite as much, and he moves real good. So, he's going to get a bunch here. And like I said, I think he can get all he needs. So let's see how he does here. Let's watch his pattern here. I thought maybe he would have taken care of that 9 ball, a little earlier, as it presents a problem for a lot of places you can leave it on the table. So I thought maybe he would have dropped down when he was running those balls to get it. Now looking back, I can't remember exactly, where it was, but yeah. So he's going to play the little safer mode of banking this 11 rather than cutting that whatever ball it might be in the middle of the table there. Cutting the 9 presents some problems here unless you're going to spin back into the 11 real nice, which also leaves some banks. Banking this 11 leaves some problems, leaves some banks. You got to draw that ball back about a foot, which, depending on where the 11 ends up, could be a problem. I think you could bank the 11 with some high left-hand English, but you might rub off that ball and open it up for him. Let's see what he comes up with here. I don't love this. Like I said, I don't love it. I don't know what he's going to do with the cue ball to make me love it more. pocket the ball, I guess it just doesn't matter. But you hang that ball and he's getting the 11, and he's going to get that ball in the middle of the table, and he's going to either clear your ball or, you know. But if he felt that accurate to make that ball, then and he felt he needed it. I just didn't think he did. He's got the lead and he had power at this point. I don't think he needed to do that, take that risk. Check PayPal. I need points. I don't. See if I can catch John out there.
No shit. I bet you could beat the same guy with the same thing. I don't play. Who you picking on now? Jumping the skinny guy right there. Yeah. Oh, I watched this the other day. It's a St. Louis Chef's cook-off.
Is that the guy from South on the side?
No, but there's items that are possibly going to be picked to be added to the menu for like the special catering events and stuff like that or whatever.
Oh, yeah?
Hers was like a peach mojo, like pita. There was like a peach chutney inside of the pita, like citrus berries.
Oh, the tickle!
Fucking jelly roll.
Cody, did you send me money again? God love you, man. I don't know what to do with you. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't understand that. John said he does, and he'll take care of it. He is playing out there right now. But, man, you're unbelievable, dude. I promise you we're going to help support your tournaments up there and everything you do, and we appreciate you being a extremely valuable member of our club. So I'm hoping to reciprocate, and that's what I intend for this club to be about, and I'm hoping to work with you guys, my friend. All right. What's up, Mr. Snodgrass? A glove? Yeah, there's some in there. One of mine might be up there, but if not, you can just take a new one. They're only like $1. Hey, all right. Sorry about that. Yeah, man, this little club is so cool, and it's such an exciting thing, and it's definitely meant to reciprocate for everybody that's a part of it. So, like the guys that play here, I like to get them great time deals. I try to keep everything as cheap as I possibly can. I try to support them. I've helped them with, kind of like when I used to run restaurants and hotels and stuff, man. I help these guys with everything I can, from paperwork to deals on stuff, to find stuff for them, whether or not it's houses, cars, loans. I know a little bit about a lot. So, yeah, I still have the gym bus, Cody, but yeah. Is it up there? Yeah. So yeah, I just try to help everybody here out with whatever I can. I've helped guys get jobs, help them do resumes, help them do, I like stock trading, and I've told people a little about that, although there's only about one guy in here that I really mess around with that on. There's guys that come in here and teach pool, like Mark the Shark. There's guys I've taught how to play pool. There's guys I've tried to teach, just little stuff. We got guys in here that know a lot about breaking, that have helped people with that. John's helping everybody they can with their game. We've had people take lessons. Basically what it is I want this place to work for everybody. So whatever it is that you need out of this place, that's what I want to give you. For some people it's improving their game. For some people it's getting a little bit of action that they need. For some people it's just somebody to come talk to, man. We call this the men's club, but a lot of guys coming in here just bitching about their wives and girlfriends and lives, jobs, whatever. And we talk about all that shit. We don't have too many girls that come in around here, but when they do, they're more than welcome. I proclaim I have one of the cleanest bathrooms in town. I clean it myself every day, sometimes multiple times a day when there's certain people in town. And I try to make sure it's a nice place for anybody to come to. Doesn't matter, Democrat, Republican, you just got to be a good person and be willing to take some shit and give some back, and you're going to be welcome here. If you're really thin-skinned, you got to warn me in advance, and I'll shut the place down, and we'll have a little private session. But like I said, everybody's welcome here, and just tell me what you want out of the game, or what you want out of pool, or what you want out of this place, and I'll try to make it happen. I'll customize the place, Like I said, you can just be part of the club. You can learn how to play. You can teach. You can, if you want to come get on the live stream and play in front of your friends or family. If you want to come get on the radio or the live stream here with me and talk and tell some people your story. We can make anything happen. I'm not going to lie. This club needs money to stay alive, to keep open, to keep going, to keep growing. So we need you to recommend us to your friends and family for things like pool cues, T-shirts. We've got snacks and sodas, even if you just want to stop and have a soda and a candy bar and watch a little bit of what's going on, or watch the Cardinal game at night. I'm usually here doing that. Like I said, that's what keeps us going, guys. It's not just the guys on the table. It's the spectators and the donators and the people that enjoy watching the streams. And, Cody is our number one stunner. Rydog is our number one clubhouse pro. He plays here a few nights a week. Mike Snodgrass plays here quite a bit, most nights, and keeps it open late at night for people so they can play. Mr. Dan Otto comes in a little early so people can play a little earlier here and there. Those guys try to help me keep the place open. Jody Zini's got a key and keeps the place open. Bill Harwell helps me out whenever he's not riding an old motorcycle. So those guys have keys, and they help keep the place open and help me keep the place going. And, Mark the Shark O'Brien's in here teaching people a little bit of tricks and trades that he's learned over the years. We had Mark Wilson teach a lesson in here one night. We've had Jameson New, a fabulous guy that I really want to come back here and give me a lesson. His little trick really helped me out a lot. And who else, man? Love to see Mike DeLauder back in here. He was a lot of fun. A lot of people like to see back here. The Illinois boys, Biscuit and Dave Powell, and Mike Malter for sure. I'd love to see come back in here. If any of you are Illinois boys hear this. And we're going to make a trip up to see Cody Rasan in Quincy, Illinois at Rack Daddy's for a tournament in September of 2019 here. We'll let you know more details as we find out about it. And the Players Club is going to take a road trip, a little vacay. Ooh, I just heard a miscue and a cue drop hit the floor. It sounds like something bad happened. We'll see what the outcome of that is. Looks like a spot ball comes up. And it's 11 o'clock p.m. here in St. Louis. The club is, I don't want to say full, but there's about 10 of us in here right now. And I think we got a set going on the bar table, and I'm not going to switch to it. This is much better pool over here. Ryan is playing with the Tim Scruggs cue. It's a really neat cue, and he just had a little bit of work done to it to clean it up, and got himself a new little wrap put on there. Tried to keep it as original as possible. The wrap's kind of a green and white speck, which he didn't love at first, but I think he's grown to like it now that he's gotten a little dirty. Ryan likes his cue, and his case is dirty as they can be. His case is a $10 like J&J ripped up case with a messed up interior, and it's a piece of work, guys. And but like I said, the cue's nice. It's a real nice Tim Scruggs cue, and he really likes the way it plays, and he plays well. He got a new tip also recently. I don't remember what, but I know he didn't like it until it got worn in a little bit. I think he likes it better now. Jody is playing with the Mike Gugliassi. He's a big fan of those. Jody's playing in his boxer shorts today with his thongs on. Just because he's wearing boxers does not mean he's not wearing a regular thong as well. He just scratched, and we'll go ahead and rake the balls as Ryan had several in front of his hole. And Ryan's going to go up 2-1, and I think it's Ryan's break as I see him grabbing the balls with his locks spread out. We'll see what kind of break Ryan can lay down. He was putting some pretty mean breaks on me when I was playing him. Last, he was giving me something like 10-7. Jody can give me something like 10-6. A new wrap. So just a linen wrap like that, I think they're like $30 to $50 in that range. I could be wrong. The leather wrap's usually in the $100 to $200 range. Just kind of depends on what kind of leather you're getting and who's doing it. If you're wanting me to get it done for you, let me know and I'll get you a better price. There's a lot of different types of leather you can choose. As far as the linen wraps go, I don't know what all colors they carry or they can get, but I can find out for you. Buffalo, who are you? If you don't mind me asking, are you around here? Or like I said, I don't stream all the time. John usually does this, but he's out playing today, so I'm streaming. So I don't know all the guys' names. And I'd never remember anyway. So. What else we got going on out there? Yeah, Rodney Gailey and his lovely daughter are in here hanging out. Rodney just said he's off for a couple days. I think he's off like Friday, Saturday, and goes back to work Sunday in the middle of the night or something like that. He runs a truck in the middle of the night, or very early morning, I should say, which is basically the middle of the night to most pool players. Most pool players think the nighttime is from like 3 a.m. until noon, and mornings from noon to 4-ish.
Big mess.
Afternoon from 4 to 10. Evening from 10 to 12, and nighttime is from 12. Once again, till 4 or 6 a.m. or whatever time it might be the next day. I tell you what, I think pool players, myself included, would all rather we went on a 5-day schedule and we all slept, 10 or 12 hours at a time, and then we're awake 24 hours at a time. That's how my body works. I have to force it to sleep every night. It's never fun. Most people, I shouldn't say most people, a lot of people do. I'm very jealous of the people that don't have to do that. I certainly do. Let's see what old trickery Jody can come up here with. He's not sitting in a outstanding spot. Like getting the cue ball past. Oh, there we go. So he kicked at it. I wasn't sure how he was going to accomplish that. And when you're the lower kind of level player you are, the less kicking you should really do in one pocket. But when you're a really good player and you can come solidly into a ball like that and leave your ball where you want to, obviously it's a much better shot. That bought Jody some time and also got him in a much better position than he was in. So now he has a chance to put the cue ball, to keep digging his way out of this hole. I don't know about that one. Ryan's shooting here. This ball's not even a 90-degree cut, and he's going to come around. And I don't know if he got fortunate or unfortunate. Kind of depends on how you look at it. I can't tell exactly where the cue ball could have ended up, but he's looking around at the stack right now. He's got a combo, like the 15-3 combo, and the cue ball comes kind of across, but it can sell out. If it doesn't go, you could give up the 3 and a run into the stack there. So I think that's why you won't want to shoot that. I don't know if he has a shot at 3 completely, so it looks like he's shooting like the 2-8-11. Oh, and it was wired too. So he not only shot it, but it went easy, and he has a shot at the 3 ball now with the ability to come around a couple 3 rails for a shot at the 6 or the 15. So here we go. Let's see him move the cue ball a little bit. And he didn't even try. I don't know. He didn't really try to move the cue ball a whole lot with high left English. He just tried to pocket it, and it was not successful. Jody appears to have a shot on the 6. And if it goes, the cue ball off the orange 13 there with a lot of draw. Then the question's going to be, where does it go from there? 13 should go up there and pop off of the 8-2 or possibly even into the 12. He's not going to shoot it, it looks like. He's just shooting the 3 and going back into the stack. I guess he just didn't like the way it was laying, or it didn't go. All right, so he is out of the trap. Mr. Gailey, how are you, sir?
Shut up, man.
Is your lovely daughter out with you tonight? Did you say you're off for a couple days now?
No,
Just did what?
I switched
New bed.
I had to layer the bar.
off on Thursday.
Thursday night, Friday night, and Saturday night? No kidding. And then, so what time do you go to work Sunday?
No, that's the running out.
The 4 in the morning, like what most people consider Monday morning, or
No, Libby.
so Saturday late night, Sunday early morning? Okay. And then you do the same thing Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday? And you mean so Wednesday late night, Thursday early morning, or Thursday late night? It's like Thursday night, you're not going to work tonight, right? Or 4 a.m. tonight, you're still gonna be in bed, right? Gotcha. Yeah, I was just explaining to people on here like that it would be a lot better for pool players if they went to like a 5-day, actual like week-long schedule where we could sleep for like 12 hours and be up for 24 hours.
That'd be sweet.
Yeah. I mean, like, 'cause I said, then I wanted to force my body to sleep. I could just sleep when it was time to sleep.
Well, it's time to sleep.
Yeah.
Freeze on the 1. Freeze on the 1. Maybe I should freeze.
I was watching.
Oh, yeah?
Oh,
All the bag.
And then nothing.
Okay, I don't know what just happened, but the Lions won 7-0. Copenhagen. 7-0. 48 minutes. I was about to put the live stream on here and it's already over. That went fast. Megan. Oh, you fucking whore.
So we're back. Looks like Rad Dog's up a game or two, banking in his hole and putting Jody in the stack. And Jody's going to fire at the 9. Going to disregard the 11 ball in his hole and shoot a cross bank here. I don't know, like, because of the way he's going to be hitting down on this cue ball, if he can get the cue ball out of the way, if there's no double kiss here. Like, if he could cue this full ball, he could probably clear it. Are you leaving? Oh, awesome. Thanks so much for coming. Thank you so much for coming. You're always welcome. What? Oh, yeah. What? I might return it. It cost me $1. Hey, I got to be tighter on here. I'm telling you, that $1 might be the only dollar I make some days. Yeah, we're not proud here. Every dollar counts. So they're making fun of my $1 coat rack that I also use to hold up the bamboo. What do we call that? Partition. Yep. So my $1 partition holder / coat rack still has the tag on it. I told him if this place doesn't work out, I might still return it someday. So I can't take the tag off yet. I might need that $1. I kept up with them for a while. I started out the game, I broke and scratched. He wins.
It's on the 9.
Try to do.
Second one from the top.
I know we're taking off.
Hey, you'll see.
280. Good.
Well, an early night?
Why don't you give her 100 on a poker machine?
Do you wanna try it on?
Trying.
You're the first person to buy one of these. Or have one. Just have this one. But then, I'm excited. I want one real bad, but I didn't wanna take the first one. You ready?
All right, I'll see you
That's so
guys.
cool.
You guys all coming out Saturday, are you?
Awesome.
Wouldn't mind it.
I know it's funny, one of the
shirt on and.
one of the first persons I saw wearing one.
What? Yeah, hurry up.
Somebody, you'll love it. It's harder than I thought.
Every year.
All right.
So you
Got
got
a kitty shirt on.
this weekend.
Got a kitty shirt.
All right, see you later.
Drew said he's hard to walk, that goes. I'll slap all you guys. And Drew's like, God, can you bring someone else next time around me? She loves you. Andy? Really? That's good. Remember?
Yeah.
He doesn't want to play. That's frustrating. You know what I mean? Like, this is frustrating. I get that, I understand.
It's a bunch of bullshit.
I get it, I understand. I'm just saying, it just sucks that we don't have a lot of our best players playing pool.
That's fine.
That's what makes sense.
Months.
Arizona, or
They just don't deal with it.
Johnny, like, those were significant. You can't see Jerry Turlock play, you can't see Andy play, you can't
It's the
see.
worst. Everybody play either.
People always say that until it's somebody playing really good people. Unless their name's Justin.
So I'm saying,
But I would have brought Chuck here to play.
Everybody knows what's about fair.
I'd have brought Chuck here to play.
Nobody's gonna like it. Like, nobody likes the game.
Run, Forrest! Let you, it's a go.
Other players are like,
It's just hard though when you're at his level to find people. Obviously, he's not going to play Justin.
right, I get it. You know, he doesn't wanna give somebody like, I love it, does it? I get it.
He doesn't. But I'm just saying, I just wanted to see, like, I just want to go up here and play.
Oh, my keyboard was fuck. I just shot the 10 if I'm gonna do that.
You are, you're gonna double hook me once.
yeah, that's not happening. I'll see you guys. Care that. Have a good one.
Don't get it, too.
I did. I got a lot of good rolls. I did. I mean, that was a bad roll. I got fucking
Probably.
but it gave it a good effort.
How you hit it? Hit it.
Fucking likes it.
Come on, sis, help him out. What? Yes, sir. I got 5.
Yeah, he was a grandstand.
Look at that. Look at that. Go ahead.
I had no other
He
choice.
shoots it.
Never mind, man. Fuck, I guarantee you would. Well, either way, I mean,
Yeah,
You're
but if
going
I
out.
push it into the rail and I miss, at least it's back up.
hopefully, when you hit it real good in the bottom. I don't know which way is scarier. Great shot. It's the only thing I can do to lose the game right there. Only thing I can do. All day.
What? And nothing. Good. I thought the one ball was dead.
The 9. One of them was dead, but I had to hold the 6 to hit the right ball, and I didn't hold it enough. I hit the wrong ball, which made them squirt out.
Watch me scratch. Right through. Flush there too. Good.
Rolls have come and get.
Got a major one right there.
Prepper there, sunshine.
Fucking asshole.
Damn it. Pissed.
Look at that. Look at that. Can't hit the one. Can't hit that. Couldn't even reach it with the fucking bridge.
Just got over here like this and fucking shit.
There it is. Smasher. Smasher Ben Dumbo. You banking one of those?
Yeah, I'm not.
Good.
Real bad if I fucking hit the 6, I know that. I don't. It was tight. And I mean, if I hit it bad. Yeah,
If I hit the 6, I'm fucked.
If I hit it bad.
Against everybody else, he shoots it, not against me.
What do you mean? I didn't have a shot.
Wasn't that he didn't want to. That part I can promise you. Wanted to.
Oh! Come on, let him see the 10. It's all right. Not really, but. Right? Catch.
day shift versus the night shift.
The veterans in the day, man.
Are the chicks hotter during the night? They gotta be.
I don't know.
You ever been to the strip club during the day?
Oh, at the casino though?
Veterans during the day,
But aren't they
He
usually
does
the older
best.
ladies?
I don't. Got a couple of them.
In the daytime?
You wanna bet 10 on Billy? I'll take this. Dude?
Alright.
Yeah, Fordanowski, 0-0.
Fordanowski, old.
I know, right? You wanna fucking bet against Fordanowski?
I'll do it for $10.
Oh, good, that's fine.
Fordanowski over here.
Yeah, this dude's fucking a killer. He beat Shane a couple
I
times.
used to think this guy was Japanese for years. I'm like, how come nobody ever bets this guy? And all of a sudden, when Mike and I were at the U.S. Open, there was like 3 Polish dudes there, all fucking killing it at the end of the tournament, like in the final 16. And we're like, where did these 3 Polish motherfuckers come from? They all sound like Japanese names. I seriously figured Fortanowski was fucking Japanese.
Well, it's that one Conrad dude who I can't pronounce his last name. It's like a J.
Kondratyevsky?
Yeah, whatever. That fucking J name is this long. Yeah, yep, there you go.
Tony Scrabble.
And then, who else?
I don't remember that. But there was 3
There's
Polish
that other,
dudes.
that Spalinsky or whatever. He's
There's
the dude
3
who's like
world-class Polish players, like world fucking class.
the dude from Poland's number 4 in the rankings right now on the Euro Tour.
I don't think it's smart to bet against. Fordanowski over here.
This dude, as well as like DeLuna and a couple other guys, are due for a win. Josh, shut up. You beating this shit already.
Fucking play good.
Josh, shut the fuck.
Broken rank twice, that helps.
For himself.
Really good.
I'm gonna go back and watch that match of Fyan versus Copenhagen. He just won 7-0. Fyan won 7-0 against Copenhagen.
He was fine. He's a fabulous player. Like,
Fine,
Yeah, but
by
it's
Aranis.
alternate break.
Did you watch that match with Aranis when he sits down a bunch? and then-
Yeah, it's alternate break. How do you win 7-0?
You hit it in the right spot.
Yeah, I didn't.
You hit it thick, so it's
He's one of the few Europeans I think that can compete with top players in the world.
Well, yeah, he also has better like fundamentals in the sense of like this is my job and I'm gonna practice. What? Well, yeah, that too. He also practices 1,000 hours
I'm just saying that he has a great big rival.
because he practices.
Top players. Very top.
Oh shit.
Come on, Billy Thorpe.
What?
I had to play shoot.
No kiss.
Yeah, no big ball. Here we go.
Fortanowski, John.
Block it, Sixley. Block it. Turn. Three. here.
How the fuck?
Right.
What?
What? Oh yeah, because I didn't hit this rail and go over there. I went on the short side like an idiot. I just feel like I don't want to smash it where it's gonna spin.
Bump it.
Or rail.
Trying to fit it, get you out of here. It shapes. Really? One's mine.
Damn.
Both of them were yours?
Yeah, you made the 11. I definitely.
You don't need one.
I need 3, right? Or do I need 2? I don't know, this one just went in. This one you made cross. The 11 was sitting here. I don't know where the 11 was. I just
How
two-railed
many
the 11.
times have I like?
Hey, you got the,
It is recording.
No, we're good. They're both yours. I two-railed the 11, you crossed it, and the 10 was sitting right in front of your pocket, and
Oh,
you
yeah.
just shot it. And then you tried to cut the 6 over. That's right.
however, doesn't matter, still lose.
Try your ball right now.
Let's go. Run it out.
Look at this.
Efren shot! Efren!
Look at that. Like you didn't know that was gonna happen.
Holy
That
shit
might be the
balls.
best roll I've ever gotten my whole life. And I've shot a lot of flyers to get out and shit.
And it's on
I shot a good
video.
one against Carl.
That's fucking
And it's on video.
right there. Jody, I'll go back and clip that and send
Yeah, no.
it.
You can play it up there. You just pecker it, that didn't hit it.
Wow.
Do it. Why don't they give it a stop?
Get out on your break and run too. Get fucking back in the goddamn set. This is stupid.
Do it. Do it.
Good. Look at that. Wow.
Uh-oh. Fucking stop. Damn it. Oh my god. Fuck you, you fucking whore.
I mean, this is on the way home from here.
For whatever reason, I was scared of scratching that square.
See you, brother.
Two.
I'll be in this weekend. Don't worry.
Are you ready? What?
Yeah.
You got that.
There it is, get over on this side, get over. Good shot. Yes, get in the way.
Yeah, I'm betting on bonanza, but we've got a couple set of things.
What do you got? The Quincy? You got the Oh, I do. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, not
Just
about
got
that
lucky
set.
as shit, and the ones got
Oh,
locked up
third
on
one
the
again.
side.
I assumed I was down like 3-0 again.
No, for Quincy's, no, third.
Probably have the shot with you. Throw that out.
Watch this.
Oh, you just missed that, John. Yeah, I just did that. And
You went.
By the way.
I did.
You say get out of the way, and then I hear that.
fucking Christ. God, I cannot keep my fucking head down. I made a fat jump last night, and I still got my ass kicked. Fuck.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Shot.
It's a swisher.
That's it. this.
To do what I wanna do, but I didn't, the April didn't cross my mind.
Exactly. So this, they are like 50 people that are in line to his. That was not right.
Oh, man, thanks.
Yeah, whatever. You guys drink.
Where's the other part?
Someone's here.
No, I'm busy.
I'm busy on Saturday, so,
Not the way this is going. How would you? Couple of weeks. Couple weeks.
So you grab a partner and we can.
Yeah. What you got?
Yeah, this
You can get them.
yeah.
What, that's your two?
Yeah. Yeah. We'll probably get. I guess we'll probably get. They just went to that tournament together.
Only one pocket? I heard you. See ya. It's more money. Justin didn't go play in that?
Big dogs.
How do you overcut that ball? How do you overcut that fucking ball?
Oh my god. Why am I all the way down here?
Jordy, you might have to take the Paul Newman route. Go back and play all them little fish again and get back in the struggle before you get into the big dog. Or star, one of those two.
why aren't we promoting subs to get a discount here? Like if you are a monthly subscriber for $4.99, you should get $1 off pool or something, 10% off whatever, or 20% off blah blah blah. Like to build that into the same thing that him and that his roommate's doing, and then being able to pass it back and forth.
I do have some ideas for subscriber benefits. About that, but that is something that I've been thinking about. Subscriber only giveaways and, shirts or.
Right. Well, he was like, well, you can make your own emote or whatever, but like at
Yeah.
the point of you can make your own emote, you can put your emote on a goddamn shirt and sell a fucking shirt and have it on a koozie or whatever the hell you want it. Gosh, I lose. That's the end of that set. There you go, Johnny. Run it out. Why it has Slurpees. Oops.
From there? Well, I got the 4 ball. I thought I was shooting the 5. I was about to say, what? It's almost 1:45. We're on tomorrow, but I don't think.
All right, guys. That's pretty much going to do it for us. Mike and I have finished up. I have to work in the morning, so won't be going on any further with that. I want to thank everybody for hanging out with us tonight. Looks like we had a pretty good crowd, some good conversation, and I do believe that Brendan took care of you guys pretty well most of the night. Good times, and come on back tomorrow. We'll be here. If anybody's local and you want to get some table time in, come on up. We'll entertain all kinds of things. And with that, you guys all have a good night, and I will see you all tomorrow. Thanks again.
I don't mean that like crazy. I just mean it just. Well, I even tried Dave's. Like Dave has one of those like shitty like Q-Tech Earl Strickland specials. Man, that thing fucking hits the bricks off the ball. But it's like, you know, getting a shitty player's cue, you can get 1 out of 67 that break good.
Right.
But they're good.